Hey, how you doing? This is John, and welcome to John's Long Box. I've been let this stack of back issues accumulate for so long. You can't see the width of this, but this is over a foot tall. And I was going to just record a Backissue Bonanza. It's actually two bundles of back issues, and then stuff that I bought at Free Comic Book Day, and some stuff I just bought in a local comic book shop. So some of the stuff I forgot what I bought. Sorry about kicking the camera. So you can see this weird setup. It's really tall, so this camera is up, blocking my face. So I thought I would just do it live. Everybody knows what's going on in the world right now, so let's talk comic books, keep ourselves in a pleasant mood. For those of you who are interested, you could pop in. Here is the link to pop in. I kind of like when people pop in. Keep in mind, I like to keep things family friendly. And I don't really like to talk to avatars. I like to talk to faces. So, yo, Squibs, how you doing? Oh, Cerebus the Aardvark, cool. Is that really a Nexus Santa comic? Yeah, I'll talk about the comics. These are all unread back issues, okay? Zach can have a blessed day. Yeah, Zach, he always blesses. I feel like the Pope just drives by, and throws out some holy water. So, again, anybody who wants to pop in can pop in. Just upkeeping on the channel. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will do Sunday Comics, and I will finish the Fantastic Four. I just got distracted. I'll finish the Fantastic Four, issue 213, the ending of Galactus versus Sphinx fight. Oh my God, that was just epic comic book. The Lost John Byrne run on the Fantastic Four. Do you sort your books read and unread? These I got two boxes of back issues, and then I had a bag from Free Comic Book Day, and then I had another bag from when I went to a comic book store. So this is like 2 months worth of back issues. I forgot about them. I just been reading so many comics that I just put read comics on top of them. So I've been sorting comics that I read, and I forgot. I was like, oh man, this is getting crazy, and I can't buy any more back issues until I sort all these, because I'll buy them again. They're not scanned, they're not logged or anything. So to answer your question, Dale A, do I sort my books read and unread? What I do is I sort my books. I put them in alphabetical order. Every comic gets bagged and boarded, and then they get put into what I call the general population, all of my comics. But what I do is I alphabetize my unread comics, and I have a stack right next to me in alphabetical order of comics to read. So there you go. That's what I do. But this is just raw. I've forgotten what's in here, and I didn't want to look through it because I kind of want to be surprised. So if there's anything embarrassing in here, I'll just do the Jedi mind trick, and we'll all just forget about it. So does that answer your question? Compared to me, John is an organizational logistical genius. I was, and I just let it, as the weather warmed up, work is just getting tougher and tougher. For those of you who don't know, I'm a construction worker, and I'm just outside all day long. And when I come home, I take my shower, I sit in this chair, I go through my mail, and the air conditioner is just so nice. I just get so sleepy. I really don't want to do anything. I'm just getting lazy. So again, 15 people watching this, So again, this is a open invite. Anybody wants to pop in. Again, I prefer to talk to faces, and I'd like to keep it as family friendly as possible. I've been getting comments and people private messaging me that they like watching my channel with their kids, especially like Sunday Comics or the Two Beards One Comic, because we just talk about comics and keep it, I'll say PG-13 because there are some poo-poo jokes. Poo-poo. So, oh yeah, I got the whole series of Cherry. Yeah, I got the whole series of Cherry. Is there one in here? There could be. It could be, because what I've been doing is rescanning my collection because my database fried up. So as I go scanning my collection, I realize what I'm missing, and I've been filling in the gaps. So there could be, because when it comes to scanning, I think I'm up to G, and Cherry is H. So there might be Rabbit. So, all right. I reserve the right to throw in a commercial for, you know what? let's do that right now. I have my comic on Kickstarter right now, and it's not exactly setting the world on fire on Kickstarter. Oh, I got 19 backers, $473, 51 days to go, but got to get to 1,000. And the big draw on this, I mean, everything you could get the same thing on Fund My Comic. To be honest with you, I'd prefer if you bought it on Fund My Comic. I like it better, but I wanted to try Kickstarter. These are the only differences: black and white. People asked for a black and white, and then nobody backed it. And then a couple of people asked for the back cover as the front cover. But this is, this Michael T. Gilbert cover. Oh my God, I love this so much. It's just. Kelsey and I were talking about how we think comic books have kind of lost that childlike fun, in trying to make superheroes realistic. We lost a little bit of the childhood fun. Now, me, I don't like the zany Silver Age DC, but I also kind of miss like a little bit of that whimsy that was in like the Bronze Age in the 70s and 80s. So this I don't know. This is a goof on a Silver Age theme, but and then the rest of it is pretty much the same. So there's just a little plug for the Kickstarter. So let's see. It's actually pretty good. What's actually pretty good? What's actually pretty good? Oh, the Kickstarter supplement. Yeah, the Kickstarter is supplemental. Yeah, it's an experiment to see should I go with Kickstarter next time. I'm also going to do an Indiegogo. Matter of fact, I have the artwork. Mike Gustovich mailed me the original artwork. I have to scan it, so I'm going to go to an Office Depot, scan it, and get it colored, and then put it. That'll be the Indiegogo. What you're getting on Kickstarter? Oh, okay, that's pretty good, because people are telling me that Kickstarter. And I'm sorry about this in the way this stack is just so high, so I'm sorry about that. Lex Luthor stole 40 cakes. Okay, so let's begin this gigantic stack of back issues. So what we have here is Free Comic Book Day. I wish this could go higher. Man, I'm trying to see if I could go higher, I could actually bend it and it would look. Forgive me 1 second. Let's try this. You can hear me. I'm just gonna get a side table. Let's see if this will work. Okay, can you hear me? I'm still talking because there's nothing worse than dead air. Yes, I'm in my pajamas because why not? So let's try this. Now you can see how big this stack is. I'll put this, and then I'll raise this up. Sorry about giving everybody vertigo. How's that? Is that better? I'm the worst YouTuber on the planet. How's that? Is that better? You can see this filthy it's like it wants to tip. Of course it wants to tip. Okay, how's that? Is that better? All right. So this is the Overstreet Guide to Collecting Comics. It was a free comic book day. I went to why can't I remember the name of the comic book store? But it's in Long Island. Robert Coleman messaged me and said that Billy Tucci and Cecil were going to be at Free Comic Books Day. And it wasn't too far from me, so I drove out there. And this was autographed by the actual guy. Maybe you need a head camera. Wow, that would be cool. Head camera. So it's autographed, and for the life of me, I can't remember the guy's name. But J.C. Vaughn. No relation to Vaughn Coleman. I bought his comics, so you'll see more J.C. Vaughn comics. So there you go. This is just we promise the scene does not occur in this comic. It's one of those. So I didn't read this yet. I can't, guys. I can't comment on any of these comics. I didn't read them yet. We got Impact Comics, The Legend of the Shield. I have such a soft spot for these Archie comics. These are the Red Circle comics, and then they were Dark Circles comics. But these are owned by Archie Comics. They had a series called The Crusaders. It was like the Fly, the Shield, the Jaguar, the Black Hood. What was the fire guy's name? The Conflagration or something like that. Yeah, I just have a big soft spot for these characters. I really, really like them. So there you go. Again, I didn't read these. I got this. They had a dollar bin, so I got a lot of comics out of the dollar bin. Legion of Superheroes. I might even have these already, but for $1, who cares? If I have them already, I'll give them away. Who's more Legion of Superheroes? Legion of Super. I'll pull this a little closer so I don't have to. So I got Legion of Superheroes. Just look at Shadowlass. Oh my God. Just so freaking cool. What can I say? I'm trying to use my voice. Look at Dawnstar over here. Holy moly. Again, just to remind you, you could join me. You join me here talking about comic books. And more Legion of Superheroes. Look at that. It looks worse. It looks worse. I guess the light shining on it's bringing out the flaws, but these are $1, $2.66. Okay. Oh, I gotta show this. Look at this back cover ad. Anybody remember that ad? The Spalding. Was that Jack Davis? Yeah, Jack Davis from Mad Magazine. I love that ad. Look at that. I love. I think I want to do a spoof on that in issue 2 of Heroic Tales. Remember, in Heroic Tales, there's a couple of spoof. Ads. We got more Legion Superheroes 256. Just look, Dick Giordano. Look at that. Again, these were $1 each. You like the Shield's costume? Yeah, so do I. I think that's the reason why they had to change Captain America's shield, because it looked too much like the Shield's costume. And, they threatened a lawsuit, so they made Captain America's shield instead of a badge, round, circular. See, this was another free comic book day. Look at this, Conan. This looks awesome. This is like the first time free comic book day that I was actually psyched to get some good stuff. Is more Turtles. And you see, and this blank spot, this is supposed to be for each comic book store to stamp them, so they can put their, you can always remember which store gave you so this was more free comic books day. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Look at that. Oh, I got 2 of these. I got 2 of these. Go figure. Thor. Oh, this is wrinkled. I don't know if I wrinkled it or if it came wrinkled. Hey, it's my Ed McMillan over here. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Hold on.
Good,
Let me set my stuff up. It's always weird for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck it is.
Interesting for the comic book stores. Yeah. This. You see, we got this dog. I probably did it because I wouldn't have bought it at the comic book store. But Thor returned to Wonder Woman.
Okay. That's the Ron Friends, Joe Sinnott.
Yeah.
Run on Thor. That is kick-ass stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, maybe the people that want to find great artwork to buy the pages, they look for those pages huge.
Yeah.
And that's when Ron Friends was really like at his peak.
Ron Friends was like an updated version. Well, Ron Friends is like if Jack Kirby and John Romita Sr. merged.
That's excellent.
I love Ron Friends. It's just so pleasing, and it's like comfort art. It's just like Ron Friends. Even his name sounds comforting. Ron Friends.
You know what it is too? It's like those issues were pure comics. The kind of stuff you and Kelsey are saying isn't around that much, because everything's Watchmen now, right?
Yeah,
everything's like a sci-fi thing. And then the way that he would draw stuff, every little panel was an illustration, right? And it wasn't a thing just to move the story along. it is just beautiful stuff.
Again, I don't have this comic, so let's just open up to a random page. You know,
Right?
Yeah.
Look at Thor's face on the bottom, that bottom
Yeah.
panel. I mean, that's just like the angle's beautiful, right? And there's a whole with this series. He runs into the Egyptian gods
Yeah,
at some point, and they have armor, and he runs into Doctor Doom too. And the way that the Senate is so good, everybody knows he's like, it's like Oxygen is good, right?
so here's Berserkers 1 and 2. I just got these because it was a 2-issue series. Image had like a lot of failed series, so here you go, $1 a piece. Berserkers 1 and 2. Oh,
Right.
Dan Fraga. I didn't even see that. You see that? Dan
Oh,
Fraga.
yeah.
Met him a couple of weeks ago. He just a great guy.
Totally.
He's like very genuine. Like what he got up and he started talking. He's like, "Oh, I heard of you. Yeah, we talked. Yeah." Just didn't seem like a phony baloney. Just and his kids running around. It was fun.
You
got
know,
more Thor. Is this more Ron Friends?
yeah, that is. But that's not.
It's Ron Friends pencils, Al Milgram inks.
Right. Elmer's, you know what? He's pretty good. And but Joe Sinnott, nobody can match him.
Joe Sinnott's one of my favorite artists. I mean, when I first started collecting comics, it was George Perez, Joe Sinnott on the Fantastic Four, and then I think it was George Perez and Pablo Marcos on the Avengers. So how, what else do you want me to say? Look at this. I can't wait to read this.
Yeah.
Thor versus Gladiator. Up until very recently, this was the closest you were going to get to Thor versus Superman.
That is true.
Oh, are you good? You've been doing any research for the Galactic Empire versus the Federation for clobbering time on Friday? No, don't give us anything. I just want to know if you're preparing or thinking about it.
I have pretty good opinions because I like both universes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, for sure.
But we got to save our ammo for the show. Beta Bill should have been in the MCU, but the MCU is garbage. So I'm glad Feige didn't destroy the cat. Yeah, did anybody see that what's his name? I can't even pronounce his name. That unlikable charisma vacuum is playing Booster Gold from the Eternals.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the Indian actor is playing.
No, that's not true.
Yes, yeah.
An Indian guy who was actually one of the Jedi in Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I don't know.
He looks like
I don't know, because there's only 3 Star Wars movies, so I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. But that's not good news.
No, it's not. It kind of ruined any interest I had in the new Superman movie if this guy's playing Booster Gold.
I'll tell you, man. You know what it is? The people that fund those movies, they say, dude, you can make any movie you want, but you got to put this crap in there.
Right.
And they're like, okay, I guess I got to put the crap in there,
Yep.
The worst one that I've ever seen, not to sidetrack the whole thing, that's fucking amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
That's Fraga?
This is Capullo.
Oh.
Greg Capullo. I'm just looking at the credits here. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought it was in black and white. But this is... Oh, it's an advertisement at the beginning.
That's cool stuff, though.
I don't know, but it looked cool. It was in the dollar bin, so...
I don't know how you do it, because I have so many books. Less than you, but you got to drag them around your whole life. And it's one of those things where, like, I love them, but now I'm like, oh, gosh, you got to be kidding, right? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, this they had 3 of these out of the 4. And, I had DG Chichester, whose name I've been saying wrong my whole life, on my channel. So, of course, I got it. I saw these for $1 each. I got it. I had to pick them up.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he did the Daredevil. He's most famous for the Daredevil in the armor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is Elektra, Root of Evil. And it's embossed on the cover. $1 each. I think it's a 4-issue series. So I'm only missing the 1. Paid $1 each. So even if I pay top dollar for the last one, I still made out like a bandit. This is the first G.I. Joe comic I ever bought.
What's funny about these books you're showing is that when they came out, this was kind of what they were doing then. And now you look back on them and you can see what was great about them.
I love Rom. I just reread my series of Rom maybe 5-6 years ago, and it still held up.
It's
I reread
cool.
Rom and I reread Micronauts. They were good comics.
Absolutely.
And that's a comic that is lost because it was never reprinted until just recently. They did an omnibus because of the licensing.
Really?
Yeah, so it's like a lost comic. Same with Micronauts. People don't know how good it was. Yeah, this was my first G.I. Joe comic. This was $1, so I was like, all right, I'll pick it up. It's got Destro on the cover.
Just so you know, I'm working while I'm talking to you. I'm not ignoring you.
Okay, what you doing? You drawing?
I'm doing some 3D right now.
Look at this. This was $10.
Oh yeah.
What giant size Dracula?
Is that a Gene Colan or no? That's the first thing that I think of, right?
I don't know who I don't know who did this. Let's take a look. Giant size Dracula. It's in good shape. Don Heck art, Frank Springer inker, David story.
Okay.
But it also has my favorite ad of all time.
Oh, Charles Atlas.
The Charles Atlas looking like Andy Kaufman. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So this is pretty good. Yeah, they had a $1 bin, and then they had like a $5 bin and a $10 bin. So yeah, this came from the $5 bin, and I already have this. I don't know why I bought a second copy. There you go. That's what Harrison Ford looks like in the comics.
Right.
Free comic book day. Another one, Hellboy. This was like the first time in years that I was excited about Free Comic Book Day. Look at all this good stuff.
It's a cool comic.
I'm just trying to see it now. I could.
There was a day when Hellboy. I mean, it is universally. I think it's a great character, great comic. But it was on fire at a certain point. It was exactly what the industry needed. It breathed life into everything.
Oh, I still like Hellboy. I get anything
sure.
from Mike McDonald. What is this? Oh, Shadow Masters. Call parts. Oh, I got this because of Dan Lawless. Dan Lawless was on my channel, so I got to be a.
Oh wow!
Anybody who's been on my channel, Dan Lawless is. You ever just look at it? You can't see my face. Sorry about the camera, but you ever just talk to somebody and within like seconds you're like best friends? That's how I felt with Dan Lawless. What a guy who loves comics.
Oh, I believe it.
Marvel lost the licenses, so if you didn't buy them first print, you had to look out and buy the back issues. Yeah. To read ROM, you have to go to a back issue store and find them.
ROM is really cool. So much fun.
Oh, okay. So these are all out of order. So I got 1, 2, and 4. So there you go, $1 each. Russ Heath, cool.
I remember that comic.
Oh wow. Okay, this is Todd Smith. So I wonder why Russ Heath didn't stay. Russ Heath is a freaking legend. Armature by Steve. I got this because it was a number $1 bin, and gotta admit, for $1, this cover is worth $1. I know nothing about this. Nothing at all. But I figure for $1, Again, some weird stuff. I got this because this was a number 1. Antarctic Press.
Okay.
I don't know anything about this.
No, it looks like a DC Vertigo thing, but it probably isn't.
Yeah, it's Antarctic Press. I know nothing about it. What is this? Devil Jack. Yeah, I remember this. There's all 3 of them. So I was like $1 each.
Those are cool.
Yeah, this looks pretty cool.
It's got a Tim Vigil vibe to it.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. I mean, it looks like indie, today's indie, but this is 95. For $1.
Sure.
Can't. Oh, what is this?
Oh yeah, I know. I've seen those guys work.
Yeah, this is J.C. Vaughn. He was there sitting next to Billy Tucci. And when you're hanging out with Billy Tucci and the guy's looking at you, a puppy dog eyes, like, what do you got? So I bought this. It was a one shot. So at the very least, I got a complete story. Oh, that's right. He does Al Capone Vampire, which
Oh,
I hope he's not hearing, but I'm so tired of insert historical figure vampire or vampire hunter. Abraham Lincoln, vampire hunter, Teddy Roosevelt, werewolf fighter.
You're right. Didn't they have the Ben Franklin one or something?
Yeah. And then, no,
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln, and now it's Jack the Ripper, vampire hunt that Mandy's doing. I don't want to say anything bad because Mandy and Peter Gilmore, just perfect ladies and gentlemen as far as I'm concerned. But the art is outstanding, But
it is.
I'm just so tired of the concept. But hey, you're an artist. How about I'll write Ruth Buzzy, Mummy Hunter. Me and you. What do you got?
Oh, say that again.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You said
me and you. I'll write it. You draw it. We'll do Ruth Buzzy, Mummy Hunter.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll have that old, lady thing that she used to wear and laugh in. And
you talking about Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No.
That'd be funny. That'd be funny though, wouldn't it? Back to your point about
you don't know Ruth Buzzy from she's an old '60s comedian. She's still alive, actually.
Oh, really?
But I do like this art. I thought this was Howard Chaykin at first.
It looks like Howard Chaykin.
But again, I bought them. I bought 5 of his comics. It's an in-store appearance. I got to hang out with Billy Tucci. As far as I'm concerned, if ever you get a chance to hang out with Billy Tucci, take it. The guy is the freaking coolest guy. He'll be on my channel.
You know what it is? You know what it is, though, John? Okay, I'm sure you're aware of this now because you're older and self-aware. You're not a contentious guy, and you're a happy-go-along, friendly person, right? Okay. So people like that, and people like when you hang out with Billy Tucci, he's not going to hang out with just anybody.
Because I walked into the store and they were setting up, so I was one of the first people to get there. Billy Tucci's, he's still stacking his comics, putting everything down, and I'm like, I got all nervous. I got really shy. Believe it or not, I get shy at first, and it takes me a while to open up. I get really nervous before I do my conversations with people. Believe it or not.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because you never know. They could bomb. Who knows? But
okay.
But I like when I have role playing games, I always get so nervous before I play because everybody's entertainment is based on me. Because I'm the game master. But anyway, I'm getting all nervous, and I'm like, hey, Billy Tucci, my name's John from John's Long Box, and he just looks up at me and goes, "When are you going to have me on your channel?" He knew who I was. That's how it was like the ice was broken, and he just goes, good to meet you. And he goes, "I heard you have a comic," so I gave him my card. He goes, "Oh, give me a few cards. I'll hand up." He was amazing. He was everything he ever wanted. And then he goes, "Hey, John, hang out after this. We're all going to go drinking." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to resist a chance to go drinking with Billy Tucci." But get you said about being happy-go-lucky. If you had met me 5-6 years ago, I was angry and miserable.
Oh, really?
I was going to work. I was just angry and miserable, fighting with people, arguing with people. And one day I was just like, I'm just going to get older. Nothing's going to get better. You got to go to work. Your back hurts. It's hot. It's cold. You're working outside. So I just decided I'm going to be happy. It was literally a light switch. I'm just going to be happy. And
that's very self-aware of you.
And Logic's Finest. Hey, Logic's Finest. Good to see you. I'm sorry I didn't say hello. I started seeing your name a couple of days ago, so it's really cool to see new names. There was a limited run series in the early 80s called Cloak and Dagger. I liked it. I always liked the darker board. Yeah, I remember Cloak and Dagger. It was
Rick Leonardi.
Rick Leonardi, right?
Yep.
And Art Adams. I think Art Adams did one series. Rick Leonardi did another series. Maybe I'm wrong, but I like Cloak and Dagger.
I forget who wrote it, but I remember if you told me their name.
I purposely didn't mention the writer because I can't remember.
It wasn't Ann Nesenti, but
I think she wrote the unlimited series, the regular series. But I don't remember who wrote it. This is a lot of fun. This series, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons.
Yes. Yeah, that was cool. It's always a hard sell for the D&D stuff.
Yeah,
because
but But I'm surprised how much I'm digging this.
It's the great artwork. Look at that.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about the D&D stuff is that unlike superheroes, you got to read it to get into it.
Yeah.
And you know, look at like these two guys right here. They jump off the page. You know, they grab you by the balls and the neck, right? And it's like the D&D isn't like that. You got to get into it.
Yeah. It's you know, for me anyway. You're mostly a superhero guy when it comes to comics, right?
Well, I grew up playing D&D. I played first edition.
Yeah, I grew up playing D&D, but I liked superhero comics. So for me, because I missed those D&D comics when they came out. I was like, I don't want to read D&D comics. I want to play D&D and I want to read comics. And then they made a superhero role-playing game, and my freaking head exploded. You know, but I agree with you. There's some people I know that are just like fantasy comics. Boom, I'm in, and they're tired of superheroes and everything.
Yeah,
well, I guess wired the way I am.
I can sort of see that because superhero comics they're somewhat formulaic to some degree, and the D&D stuff can be a little bit vaguer, right? But
and there can be stakes. People die. Characters, for some reason, they don't seem to be afraid to kill off fantasy characters. Well, Zach, I don't understand the question. For your homework, which sources are allowed? I don't know.
He's talking about the Star Wars.
Oh, whatever. Trek. Whatever, you know, whatever sources you want. I keep in mind that there's only 3 Star Wars movies, and for me, Star Trek ended with Enterprise. So if you're going to bring up stuff from the Acolyte and Discovery, I'll have to take your word on it.
Yeah, I would not include that stuff for sure. I would not. But you know, for me, Star Trek ended the last episode of the first season of the first series. You know, and it got pretty hokey. I don't know if you remember, there was an episode where they met the American Indians.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, you know.
E plebista.
Is that what it was?
That was one of the lines. They were trying to read We the People.
Oh, really?
That was the Omega Glory was the name of that episode. I'm trying so hard to get on Graham Nolan's Landing Party show where they talk about the original. It's like you got Anna the Star Trek girl talking Star Wars. Anna the Star Wars girl talking. It's like, dude, I painted. Yeah. Could you see the 3 poles in my basement?
Yeah.
Command Gold.
Oh, wow. Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only one person got it when I showed them.
Well, it's hard to see that the one's blue because it looks black.
Right, yeah, because the lights are off. But when the lights are on, and I actually went to the Star Trek and you know, typed in and asked what shades of blue they were, and I forget where it was, but they actually said that it's you know, the gold is this. So then I went to Home Depot and matched the colors. So they.
Oh wow.
Yeah. This, even though Fabian Niesa is a cock, he's probably the only person I'll talk bad about who's ever been on my channel. He insulted me to my face.
Oh,
was an arrogant jerk, and you know, I still got to finish this run because I'm a completionist, and I hate people and I hate Deadpool, but I'm still completing this run because I'm an idiot.
I remember that name. Was he the artist?
He's the writer.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't sound like a good guy.
He's arrogant. They were both mutants. Oh, Cloak and Dagger were not mutants. They got their powers from an experimental drug overdose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were runaways. They were kidnapped, and then they were given experimental drugs because they didn't know. The pushers wanted to see what the drugs did.
I don't know if you know this, but Rick Leonardi is he's an awesome artist.
Yes.
B, he's a total psychotic left winger.
Oh, so many of the I just argue. I'm beating around the bush because I'm trying to stay in a good mood. But after what just happened tonight, Kevin McGuire goes, "Oh, great! They're going to use this to attack Biden." And so I go, "Yeah, Trump tried to assassinate Trump. Biden most affected." What are you, a loony?
Well, you know.
But I don't want to get into Trump. I'm doing this to stay.
The thing about stuff like that, though, is that I always try to understand that, in my opinion, the world is a hall of mirrors. What people think isn't exactly true. And
Right.
so he has his reasons for thinking what he does. And by the way, even if he's stupid, what they really want is divide people and make us angry at each other. So words are nothing. So
Watching.
yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, if I remember correctly, I'm thinking that you're kind of right. In the long term series, I think they discovered that they were mutants, and the drug trip just unlocked their mutant abilities. So one half a dozen of one.
Is that right?
That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong. I wish Brian Bow was here. He loves Cloak and Dagger. He could tell me. Did you see this series, Warp?
Right.
I got this because of the first 6, 7 issues had glorious Frank Bruner artwork. Oh my God, some of the best artwork. It's just so good. Art you don't see anymore. And then somebody else started inking it, and it just wasn't the same. So this looks like it's not even the same artist, but it's a comic book based on a play written by committee.
Is it?
Yeah, a hippie commune led by Stuart Gordon, who made those Reanimator movies, and I forget the other guy. They made a play in the early 70s called Warp, and it was like they just like got a committee of hippies together and made a play. If anybody could find me like a YouTube of this play, I would love to watch it. It's gotta be insane. And then they made a comic book about it.
It sounds like a nightmare process, by the way.
Yeah, the comic's not that great. It's like everything bad about fantasy. Like the two brothers, one of them's name is Cumulus and the other one's Chaos. It's like, yeah, they're two cool sounding words, but the words have meaning and names should have like if you could pick an infinite number of words to name your characters, why if his name is Cumulus, maybe he has his head in the clouds or whatever, but what? And then the other guy is Chaos. So why not?
Well, you know what it is. It is. Picking the names of things like that is unlike people like Eric July. Okay, it's not easy.
Oh, it's not easy to come up with a superhero name, but a fantasy name you could just say Gorgak the Unloved or something.
Right. Totally.
I'm just spinning these around, but yeah, don't get me started on Isom. What I was just talking about, me and my friends went to brunch today. Oh my God, it was so good. We went to an Asian fusion place, and they have a $30 5-course brunch. Oh, it's so good. It was so good.
Oh wow!
I got a Wagyu beef burger with truffle fries. Oh my God!
Oh, wow,
my God, good.
Well, where you're from, right there, is a lot of good food.
Oh, I'm in New York, so I always laugh when people like when I lived in Albuquerque when I was moving back to New York. People are like, you're not going to get good Mexican food. I'm like, have you been to New York? We have everything. We have everything. Every food.
Yeah.
I remember it was that Cloak and Dagger were both mutants, but one of them got hooked on drugs. You know what? Now I'm starting to doubt myself, so I'm not going to argue. But if any somebody in the chat has access to Google, I'm not going to stop Googling anything right now. Find out, set me straight. Committee, because not one of us is as dumb as all of us. I'm not a fan of committees. Yeah, council often brings wisdom, while committee often brings foolishness. Yeah, I love that episode of Parks and Recreation called the name of the episode is called The Camel, and they're all trying to make a painting to put. There's going to be a contest to remove some offensive art and put up a new painting.
Okay.
They're going to design the painting by everybody in the office contribute something, and it's just a mess. What's her name? The Aubrey Plaza just wants to have a guy being tortured on a hamster wheel. The other one wants to pick himself. It's a mess of a picture. It's fun.
Totally.
This is Avatar. So this is not a crossover, but like a special event in the D&D worlds. I think this is like a one issue, like a war. Oh, book 1. So I think it's like a 4 issue. I don't know, a couple of issues of like a big war in the fantasy world. So
it's a nice painting. It's kind of funny that you can't see his sword because the sky is so light.
Yeah,
Like
Oh yeah, you can see it, but the bag is reflecting the light.
It's you can got it is you can see it a lot less than that bow.
Damian Willich is the artist.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice work. I mean, it looks like he painted it.
Yeah, Britt, this is a pretty good series, man. I'm enjoying this series.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm an unabashed Robert Kirkman fanboy, so he makes
Okay.
interesting characters. Britt he's like a 70-year-old man, and his only power is he's totally invulnerable. He's not super strong. He can't fly. He's just totally invulnerable.
Oh,
He had,
wow.
so he had to be trained to fight. They like launch him at people, so he just like smashes through the wall. Has to absorb the bullets and stuff. So I guess his ex-wife is going to go through the Brit process. It's funny because now and talk about, this is a perfect mix of like the seriousness of we see in comics. I mean, it's the same guy who does Invincible. So but it has that head of security character, and they're actually discussing, Brit's getting pretty old now. We have no proof that he's immortal or anything, so he's going to die soon. So they're talking about dissecting his body and seeing if they can replicate his superpowers in anybody. But at the same time, it's robots and explosions. So they do a good mix of like old school, like childlike superhero stuff, but with like the seriousness.
Wow.
The Last Airbender, the cartoon I thought was great, but the movie sucked. Now he sounds like a good Shield. Yes, he was. Yeah, and it's funny because it's like the boy named Sue. His first name is Brittany because his father wanted him to be tough. So
Really?
that's why he goes by Britt.
I remember that right there.
I never got this comic, and lately in the past 2 weeks, like the collective unconscious has been mentioning this a lot. Aaron Lopresti and the Graybeards were talking about how underrated this comic is. So I said, you know what? It's only like $1 an issue. So I think I picked up the first 3 issues.
Books like that, they're kind of like offshoot derivatives of some other thing besides comics. And it never set well with me, no matter how good the artwork is. And that's pretty cool artwork.
Yeah, I think Jose Garcia Lopez does some of the art.
Is it?
Yeah. And it's funny because it's Atari Force. It's about the game system. It's not about any particular game itself. It's
Right.
It's like Commodore 64 or the NES squad, the Nintendo squad. I don't know. People tell me it's good. We'll see. Okay. This is as close to embarrassing as I'm going to get, but I had Bill Black on my channel. Great guy. This is FemForce, good girl art. All it is it's cheesecake pictures,
Oh, okay.
of
some
and I
people
think
are into it.
5-page story,
What's that?
It's like a 5-page story, original story,
Oh, I see.
and then like cheesecake pinups.
Right. Some people are into that stuff, and I don't get it, but
I just get it because I like FemForce, so I get everything. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. There you go. This is the dwarf character.
Lawyers.
Oh, lawyers. That's what it says. Okay. The scariest thing, even in the fantasy world, lawyers.
Wow. Right.
Yeah. That's funny. This was they just threw this in. So this is oh, I see. It's advertisement for all the new X-Men relaunches. I see. Okay.
Cool artwork.
Free Marvel spot. Yeah, the art looks great. But I've been burned too many times before. I don't get anything though. I've officially become an old man. I don't watch, like, I'm not watching X-Men 97 because it's only a matter of time before they drop the hammer and
oh, totally.
But in 4 years from now, if people are still telling me it's good, I'll watch it. Like, I'm not watching House of the Dragons because I got burnt by Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay. I watched the first 2 seasons of Game of Thrones, and I was like, I can take it or leave it. I personally couldn't get,
I was hooked once he pushed that kid out of the in the first episode. I was hooked. But
well, what it is. You know what it is. I'll tell you what it is. growing up, I was the I knew everything about Tolkien. I
Yeah.
was, I mean, encyclopedic. Okay, and I spent myself on that. So when it comes to this fantasy TV stuff, I'm like, I've already kind of been there, done that. I'm sure it's really good, but I just in my mind, I'm like, I'm done with it. My brother, who is not like that, totally got into it. So
I want to like it. It looks great. It looks right up my alley, but
yeah.
fool me once, shame on you kind of thing. Anything with J.J. Abrams, I don't watch.
Oh, is that right? You're done with him?
I'm still mad about Lost.
Oh,
It's
right.
one thing to have a wacky show, and I watched 6 seasons of it, and I'm like, but then they failed to pull it all together. Like I could just have a crazy zany show, but what takes cleverness, like Twin Peaks, they pulled it together.
Well, yeah, I think that A, you're totally right. B, the difference is that David Lynch makes his movies the way he's going to make them.
Right.
And like Kubrick or something, right? There's no committee. The studio is not going to get in there. J.J. Abrams, he's owned.
Yeah.
So
he's a total studio guy. Yeah.
Total studio guy, and he's with Spielberg and those guys, and it is what it is, and you're gonna get what you get.
Is this true? That X-Men '97 is typical Gen Z nihilism, endlessly bleak. I didn't watch, and what's funny is I didn't watch the original X-Men cartoon. By that time, I was done with the X-Men. The X-Men are the biggest whiners, and the X-Men. You know why people hate mutants? Because of the X-Men. The behavior of the X-Men is the biggest argument why mutants should be persecuted. I wrote an article and I pushed it into all the Marvel and DC and the message boards, and people hated me for it. But the name of the article was "X-Men Deserve Persecution."
Wow.
And I just wrote all of their behaviors, what they've done. Why would you trust them? If there was a group of people who with powers that behaved like the X-Men, and then lately, this was way before Krakatoa. I think I stopped collecting X-Men around 1999. So just look at now. They're even worse. House of Dragon is good, completely created. Oh, it's a different team. Good, because those two guys, they really dropped the ball. To be fair, Lost is more Damon Lindelof's fault. Well, didn't he really? I'll take your word for it. I'm so mad. I don't want to know. But isn't Dave Lindelof the same guy who did the Watchmen TV series? Another show I refused to watch.
Yeah.
I remember my friend got all excited about it, and I'm just like, you just watch. The villain's going to be alt-right Nazis.
Well, he did that movie Prometheus with Ridley Scott.
Oh yeah.
And so one of the bullshit things that they put in that movie is in 20 years, they want large portions of the world population to think that aliens created us from out of nothing, right? And so I know this sounds ridiculous what I'm telling you, but he's one of these guys that will, I'll put that in the movie, in 20 years later, and they did it with the first Alien movie too. They put shit in that movie that make people think a certain way. And they do this a lot with movies. And I'm like, this guy, you can just tell he's bought, paid for. If they said do anything, he'll do it. So it's sad to see that with people. And these writers are so conniving and crafty.
Well, what does the Watchmen have to do with the Tulsa, bombing? The Black Wall Street.
Well,
I was just they're pushing racial politics, which had nothing to do with the Watchmen. So I refuse to watch it.
Yeah,
and whenever people bring it up, I always say the same thing. Oh yeah, that Tulsa, the Black Wall Street, that when those Democrats blew that up,
right.
And every one of those people that was involved in blowing up the Black Wall Street were Democrats. So I always have to, needle them.
It never ends. That's
It was an insult to Alan Moore and my intelligence. It was woke BLM wet dream nonsense. Yeah, I got that. I didn't watch it, and then my friends who did watch it, they were like, "Yeah, you're right. Here's more war."
More war.
This is Jerry Bingham and my buddy Mike Gustovich, who's doing the cover to Heroic Tales on Indiegogo. Oh, okay. Here's Avatar number 2.
Yeah.
So this is You know, but like you said, this looks like a inspired by the Black Riders. You know,
Mm-hmm. You
this looks
know,
like Charles Bronson over here. Can you see?
you
He has,
know. So if you compare that cover to even this one right here, I'm not gonna. Everybody's at different stages. Okay, the warp guy. This next one is way better drawn, and you can just tell the way that they arrange things, the
well,
quality of.
this artist I've never heard of before, Damian Willich. I bet you he'd do fantasy stuff. Like I bet you he
Yeah.
painted like D&D stuff.
Oh
Whereas
yeah,
this
yeah.
Jerry Bingham and Mike Gustovich, these are living legends.
Nice stuff, man.
The Watchmen TV show even made Dr. Manhattan Black. More
Did
BL.
it?
I'll take your word for it. I didn't
I
watch it.
believe it. I totally believe it.
I didn't watch it. You know, I'm like, put my shields are up. You know, I'm watching less and less and less. You know, outside media. I'm delving more and more into older stuff. From the ashes comes a god. Yeah.
You know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen to you? One day you're gonna go like this. Okay, let's watch Little House on the Prairie because I know that is not like corrupt.
I bought my wife a DVD collection of Little House on the Prairie.
Of course, it's
I've never watched it. I actually sat and started watching the first couple. I think I watched the first six episodes.
It's good stuff.
You know, I don't know. I get tired. Sometimes you just want something wholesome. You know. Again, I'm not a prude, but sometimes that filth meter just fills up, and you just want to purge with something wholesome. You know what else we started watching? Was Family Matters.
Family Matters.
Yeah, with Urkel. Did I do that? You know.
Oh, really?
I never watched it when it came out because I have this natural resistance to anything that's super popular. Oh, you gotta like this. I don't gotta like it. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna, like bands. I like sure. The Rolling Stones. I didn't listen to the Rolling Stones because my two brothers love the Rolling Stones, and I'm like, I don't like the Rolling Stones. I want my own thing. So like Family Matters was such a big hit. I refused. Now me and my wife we're like laughing that whatever. I can't remember his name who played Urkel. What a great physical comedian he is.
Sure.
You know, it's a shame that he's not like he's only known as Urkel. He could have been like Jerry Lewis was a excellent physical comedian. He could have been doing stuff like that.
So in this cover, are there two werewolves by night?
Yes. There's one werewolf and this is Werewolf by Night, and then this is what are the odds that you move into a building and your next door neighbor is also a werewolf?
Totally, it happens. Everybody's doing it.
And you know what? In my comic book, I'm going to explain why that happens.
Okay.
Because in my comic book, the way you get powers is you have like a quantum link to another dimension, and it's pulling power through you. So you fly because your thoughts give and then you think you could fly. You absolutely 100% believe you could fly. And then this power from this other dimension gives it to you. So when you're super strong, you don't have super muscles. You just have this energy coursing through you. You know what I mean? So, but the thing is, you have what are they called? A wormhole coming to you, and you have a wormhole coming to you. These wormholes seek each other out. You know what I mean? So
that's craziness.
So, if you have a superhero over here, they're unconsciously attracted to other because you know what I mean? It's like streams of water that'll.
It'd be interesting to see if you write that in a comic, how you explain it simply.
Yeah, I didn't write that yet, but issue number 2 explains a lot of the nature of superheroes.
Wow, that's cool.
Because Mary Sue is my science character. She's the Reed Richards of my world. So she's actually like she just got a job. She doesn't realize she's working for a supervillain, and they're studying the nature of superpowers. I didn't really spoil that. It's like the first 2 pages.
It's cool though. It's cool.
Is that like Quasar? Yes, Quasar has the quantum band, drawing power from another. Quasar has the quantum band. What he's actually doing is drawing power from a quasar on the other side of the universe. It's quantum linked. So quasars at the time were recently discovered. So they were the new cool thing in astrophysics. So a quasar, theoretically might be the other end of a black hole, or they might have a star, a galaxy so condensed into the size of a sun, whatever. But that's what Quasar. Why can't I think of Quasar's secret identity? Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts that I can't.
In Hero Clicks, they made him and like Fire Lord. These guys kick ass.
Oh yeah,
their stats are great, and they have powers that decimate people.
Yeah, and that I remember in the comic that was the reason why. That's gonna drive me. Robert Grayson was Marvel Boy. Why can't it? Wendell Vaughn. That was
really
the reason why he did. Everybody exploded when they put on the bands, except for him, because everybody else aggressively pulled the power, and it was too much. And he was afraid of the power.
Oh, I see. I got you.
I don't want a lot of power, so he did it slow drip release. You know what I mean, and was able to get a feel for it. This series was Mike Ploog doing the artwork for so long, but I think Mike Ploog was getting slower and slower, and it's just not as good when Mike Ploog left.
I wonder who did that. Who did that cover though?
This
doesn't look like Mike Ploog, and maybe it is, but it looks like.
No, that's not Mike Ploog.
I mean, it looks like a high-end Don Perlin image or something.
Might be Don Perlin. I'll assume. Maybe they'll say it. Yeah. Yep, Don Perlin, Vince Coletta.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
But the next door neighbor is a werewolf, but he traps himself in a pentagram for 3 days a month and uses a magic spell. But when our hero, Werewolf by Night, he got into a fight and smashed through the wall and ruined the pentagram, and then the other guy turned into a werewolf. So now they're fighting.
Right. Cool.
And the other werewolf figured out that the cure to being a werewolf is killing and drinking the blood of another werewolf. That'll cure you. So now they're fighting because they want to kill each other to drink each other's blood to be cured. This cover is actually pretty cool. Is this Bill Willingham? Yeah, this is Bill Willingham.
It kind of looks like him. Yeah.
Bill Willingham's first comic book artwork was in Warp number 8 and 9, I think. So yeah, this is Bill Willingham. I love Bill Willingham. You don't see his art too much anymore. Guys, watching this. I got 54 people watching. Anybody want to chime in? Is this interesting? Do you want to see more of this stuff? And remember, as I drop comics on the floor, it's an open invite. You could join us. You could join us if anybody wants to come in and talk with us. I'm sure Shadowpunk won't mind.
No, come on.
Anybody else coming in? Yep. This is Jerry Bingham again. And Mike Pustovich. Yeah, I finished up Warp. So I think it lasted 19 issues. Yeah, I don't know who these characters are. These are all new. But it's like Frank Batchy's fantasy. Like if you remember that movie Wizards, it's a mix between like sci-fi fantasy and stoners.
Oh, is there? You're right.
Yeah.
It's always tough because you don't know who the characters are. You're not invested in them.
This is actually pretty cool. This dragon's
that
fire
cool.
on him.
Yeah, like I care about that guy right away.
That's Chaos. That's his name, Chaos.
Oh, I got you.
His twin brother is Cumulus. So he's black with the afro. Cumulus is white with the blonde hair, but they're brothers because it's fantasy world. Yeah, this is his brother. Yeah, this is Bingham and Gustovich again.
Nice.
And this girl's name is Sargon, which drives me nuts because Sargon's a male leader. Why'd you give it a name? Because it sounded cool.
Yeah, look at this dude. He's totally tripping.
Yeah. Oh, this guy, Fat Elvis over here got shot with an arrow. Yeah. Yeah, this is that Avatar, that War of the Gods. Yeah, that's what it says underneath the sticker. Here we got some Desolation Jones by Warren Ellis. I like this here. He's like it's like a really dark, not dark, but like there's a word that I'm thinking of, like gritty. There's a perfect word that I can't think of. But it's Warren Ellis. He's a detective in Hollywood,
It's got
You
a
know,
bleak feel to it
bleak.
too.
That's the word. Bleak. That's exactly the word I was thinking
That
of.
dude's face is like everything's totally fucked.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Everybody sucks. Everybody's in on it. You know, you can't trust anybody. And he's
right?
the drug addict himself. So a knockoff version of Power Man and Iron.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Good observation. Now I won't be able to not think of that. But I thought it ended at issue 7. I always thought it was weird. I was like, what a miniseries ends at 7? But no, it was a continuing series. It lasted till 8. Here's a rare Fantastic Four that I'm missing. Well, not anymore.
Wow, that's a pretty out there cover.
Yeah, look at the colors. This is like pretty modern colors have a lot of like pink and purple in them. You know, I keep telling my colorist, I'm like, tone down on the pink and purple. You know, that
I mean, you know what the thing is? Every color is on this cover. You kind of don't want to do that.
But this is 1990. What year is this? I don't know, but this is the 90s. This is just
So is that's Claw? Is that Super Scroll?
that's Pybok the Power Scroll.
Okay.
And I forget who this is. And this is gonna drive me nuts. It looks like Apocalypse, but it's you know
Right.
they're alien, except for Claw. They're all teamed up to fight. But
Right.
I didn't read it yet, so I don't know exactly. If a girl's pretty enough, she can pull off a guy's name, at least in our current culture. But a guy really has to struggle to be taken serious. Yeah.
It is true.
Like, what's her name? Michael. Is that her name from Discovery? You know what I know? I didn't even watch. I watched I watched the pilot episode of Discovery, and I noped out when they revealed that she's related to Spock. Not because like, oh man, they're retconning. It's just that they didn't have enough faith in the series, so they had to pull the name in Spock to give the show gravitas. You know what I mean? If they had enough faith in the show, they wouldn't. You know, the fact that it was a Star Trek tie-in is all the people needed. But like, this is Captain Kirk's best friend, roommates, uncle. You know what I mean? They had to bring those names in, and that I was like, okay, they don't have enough faith in the show. It's like the second issue of every DC always has to have Superman in it. Just
right. Now that's a cool cover. Is that a Liefeld cover?
Paul Scott and Wiki. Yeah, but it's everything is ripping off Liefeld back in this time period. I'm not a fan of new comics print stock. I prefer the old paper to the absolutely. If anybody could find a place that prints newsprint, Peter Simeti has one, but for my purpose, you have to print like a couple of thousand to make it cost effective. And my comic, if I print a couple of thousand, I might as well just live in the street. You
have to have a warehouse like Eric July.
Well, not only that, I'll be living in my comic books. I'm doing pretty good, but not a couple of thousand pretty good.
Sure.
And I skipped a comment. Comics always repeat certain themes. Yeah. What will they say? Redundancy. If Superman sells, make Captain Marvel. If Captain Marvel and Superman sell, make the next guy. But people are going to get on my case. But I like this better than Liefeld. This looks.
So what comic is that right there?
It's called Brigade. Brigade number 3. I obviously have 1 and 2.
I will say I have no idea who those characters are, but already I'm excited to find out more. Yeah,
it's a good cover. I like the colors. I like Rob Liefeld. I think he's a good, personable, excellent spokesman for comics. He's a knowledgeable as all get out, man. I think it's hard pressed to find anybody. Maybe him and Mike Miller. I'm having a hard time saying Miller once I found out his name is Miller.
Right.
That those two guys, they would suck the oxygen out of a room. But I just don't like his art. I still don't like his art.
Oh, is that right? No kidding.
But never was a fan. So apparently I'm missing this.
Wow, that's cool.
It's a pretty good cover.
Sure.
Standoff with the Dollhouse by Judd Winnick. Remember Judd Winnick? Wasn't he like a reality series guy who liked comics?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Missing issues of Local Man. This is Tim Seeley, who does Hack and Slash. He also did Revival. This is
pretty
this is
wild.
he was a 90s superhero, but it's now 2024. So he's older. You know, he's kind of embarrassed by the whole extreme era, and he had moving back home with his parents because he's kind of a disgraced superhero. So, and part of it, he got arrested and was put on trial, and he's like released, but like you can't be a superhero anymore.
Oh.
So there was a crime in his town, so he put like a sack over his head, and the newspaper said local man saves, you know, but the powers that be figured out it's really him. So it's a good series.
It sounds cool.
Yeah. I'm a fan of Tim. I've been talking with him on and off for months. Just we can't get a day for him to come on my channel. You know, he works during the day, you know, and he does his comic book stuff during the day, and at night he's with his family. So he doesn't want to give up his family time.
Right.
You know. Captain, apparently I'm missing this. I love Sam Nee. I think he's a simple and elegant artist. You know.
Oh, sure.
It's like
you know what it is? He has a fantastic drawing style. This cover, okay, how many covers can you have with Cap on the shield? And one day they're going to say, let's change it up a little bit. And then you do it and you're like, well, it doesn't make sense to have Cap holding a sword, right? It just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
But you kind of got to do it because all the other ones in front of you were all shield covers.
So just a neutral opinion. Eric July is making millions. He's doing something right clearly. Agree or disagree on his books and or him. He has six. Yeah. How do you want to define success? If my comic was making millions, I'm going to define that as a success.
I do too.
Again, Eric July's been on my channel, so I don't like talking bad about anybody who's ever been on my channel, except for Fabian Nicietta. And but I'm also not going to lie. I'm not a fan of the Rippaverse comic. I bought Isom 1 and Isom 2, and I just didn't like them. To me, the biggest red flag was the name Isom. It doesn't mean anything. Like in order to be a super, like Captain America, you know what Captain America is just from that name is a perfect focus.
Well,
you know,
it's also
what does Isom mean?
You also like you're right. The idea has to be there in the name,
right?
To capture, and then B, the name has to roll off the tongue. You have to enjoy saying the name. Okay. Otherwise, if it's Isom or Gooding, you're like, what? Huh?
Terrible to say.
I don't know. This is a weird thing he's got going on.
Yeah, the names are terrible, but you know, that's Mike Barron, so I might pick it up because I'm a big fanboy of Mike Barron. But Isom, you know, and then I asked him when he was on my channel, and he said, "You got to read the book." I'm like, "Books are $35. You know, what does the title mean? You know, if the name of your book is Hopla, and you don't tell me what am I getting into? You know,
sure.
But if your name of the book is The Flash, all right,
right,
that's a good focus. You know, the Patriarch. Right. You didn't read anything about the Patriarch yet. Nobody did, except for my proofreaders. But I'm sure you could tell me something about the Patriarch, and I'd say 3 out of 4 times you'd be correct, because maybe I'm biased, but I think the Patriarch is a good focus for a hero. You know.
Well, and if you're going to sell it to people, they're not confused. Without even reading the book, you already know where you're headed. Right.
It's a focus.
Yes. Focus.
And again, I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not one of the detractors, and I don't think I'm being crazy or anything. I think I'm bringing up valid, logical complaints. And somebody told me that it's the character. It's Eric July's real grandfather's name. Okay, that's cool. My real grandfather's name was Giuseppe. That's a horrible name for a superhero.
right.
You know, no disrespect to my grandfather Giuseppe, but you know.
So, can I say something controversial?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not a fan of Glenn Beck. I think he's a grifter.
I don't know anything about it. Believe it or not, I only heard of Eric July when he was making a comic, and then people told me that he works for Glenn Beck, who I literally knew nothing about. I mean, I knew Rush Limbaugh, my college roommate, believe it or not, was into. But I'm not a fan or not. I'm not pro or anti. I know nothing about him.
Okay.
You know why? Because I kind of don't like any pundit. Right?
I wouldn't trust pundits. I don't trust pundits or politicians, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't like. Well, if you've been watching my channel for a while, I've said this many times. I'm not a joiner.
Sure.
I'm not a joiner. That's why this drama.
Sure.
I'm not joining the drama. I'm not joining factions. You know, I like guys. Michael Bancroft, I have a lot of respect for because he's just making comics.
Totally.
You know,
totally.
He's his own faction. Joe Sontag is another guy. He's just making his own comics.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I would aspire to be. Now, and this is no disrespect to Ethan Van Sciver. He's been nothing but a gentleman to me. You know, Eric July kind of ticked me off a little bit, but that's personal stuff. But I'm not a joiner, so I don't. Glenn Beck, if once I find out you're a pundit, I don't like you. You know.
Well, so back to my what I was going to say that's controversial. Okay.
I was just giving my disclaimer before people use this against me.
I miss Rush too. If someday somebody said, you know, Glenn Beck bought a lot, like half those books to get him going, and that's why now he's trailing off, right? I'm not saying that is what happened.
Oh, okay. I never thought about that.
But I'm thinking to myself, the reason I have to think in that way is because even if you are a veteran with a name that sells comics, if you're John Byrne or Frank Miller or Ethan Van Sciver, you don't make $3 million on a book. And so my red flag went up. And I'm like, I guess YouTube was a big deal. I get it. And maybe Eric is excellent at doing that. But I'm thinking to myself, really that much of a difference? I'm thinking that's weird, and I don't know why that is.
I never thought about that before. But then again, I barely know who Glenn Beck is. I'm remarkably living in my own bubble a lot. You know, at work, some people bring up stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about. I'm just gonna be pleasant.
So let me just tell you something. Okay, your attitude towards that is really a good one.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna tell you why I think that. Okay, the second you get into a group, they will now start to tell you what you should or shouldn't think.
All the time. All the time.
And even if it's something that you want today, you should have the right tomorrow to change your mind. Right? And I know you think that because you're open-minded person, you know. And
you get the challenge right here. Logic didn't take too kindly to what you just said.
Okay. I didn't say that he did, Logic. I'm telling you that I'm speculating. And yeah. I'm not saying that is what happened. But I'm saying that anybody should acknowledge the fact that established pros with a track record with great characters compared to a new guy, I don't see how that can be so disparaging. $3 million on one book? Yes, it's possible. Eric is excellent at what he does. I'm very impressed. But that is a big difference. And I can't. So that's my.
I never even thought of it. I just took it at face value. But the thing is, I'm not interested. And again, that it's nothing personal. It's nothing mean. I just didn't like the books. There's plenty of books I don't like. You know. And for 30, I also think Eric July has a valid point of with crowdfunding. You got to be faster. I agree with that. You know, and I also agree with Ethan Van Sciver is people will wait for good product. So I wish I could take half of this guy's argument, half of that guy's argument, and morph them into the perfect argument.
Okay. You know? Can I tell you what the difference is, though?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm an artist, a lifetime artist. It's always quality over quantity. And if you want to make money, that might not be the correct approach. But there's zero reason for me to rush anything.
You know, it's funny. I'm smiling because I've said this to artists. Well, I've said this to everybody. I'm a blabbermouth. Okay. I wear my heart on my sleeve. All the non-artists are like, yeah, every artist gets defensive and gets their hackles up. Well, you don't know how hard it, and I agree. I'm not an artist, so I fully admit I could be wrong, but the example I always give is, the Sistine Chapel didn't take as long as Cyberfrog.
Well, but you know what though? If you want to make money in this business, and I think that's a really good way to go about things, then you really should have a better way of producing books, right? I mean, Ethan's different because he's making money and he can do the high quality that he wants.
Yeah.
But I'm not at that level, and I'm never gonna go. I'm gonna make books faster because I want to get them out. That was never going to be a priority for me, and I know that a lot of artists probably feel the same way.
Well, look, that's the whole European market. Is the book comes out when it's ready.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, like they make these big giant hardcover, why can't I think of the name of the Cowboy series from Italy? But they'll make like 1 or 2 books a year. But 1 or 2 books a year is a good pace.
I totally agree. I didn't know that. That
I do think that we are slowly morphing into the European model of you got the Japanese manga. I don't know how fast they come out. I don't know. And then you had like the British weeklies, the American monthlies, and then you got like French and Italian and Belgian comics that come out. Like, it's one guy. He writes it, he draws it, he inks it, he colors it, and like once a year or so, maybe twice if he's quick. And but the thing is, you get a 200-page huge, gloriously. John Romita Jr. said that he was looking at him and he's getting a little discouraged. He's like, "There's no way we could make art this good." And I forget who said to him, "Yeah, instead of drawing a monthly, if you had 9 months to do this, if you had a year to do this, you'd be amazed at the quality of work that you make." So I don't know.
Right? Yeah.
Dale A says that manga are weekly. I had no idea. I don't know much about manga. I just know the few manga that I know, and I like it. I think manga is great. I just don't know it as well.
Yeah.
Let's see. We like what we like. We have 0 inches and a giant walking frog. Oh, yeah. If you don't like Cyberfrog, that's fine. The concept is silly, which is why I like the Harris and the Hall of Heroes, the 90s Cyberfrog comics, because it was silly and it played up on the silly, and the art was glorious. The printing was good on that old newsprint. The new Cyberfrog, the concept, as much as I do like Ethan's work, I think the coloring is, everything has to stand out. So therefore, it's like a miasma of colors. It's like a cacophony of colors. I wish. Why can't I think of his name? The artist. The colorist. But I wish he would tone it down a little bit. Old Kyle Ritter. Like the foreground has the biggest colors, and then as you get back, I think they need to do that. Gives a little. But anyway, the whole world is doom and gloom. It's a little too depressing. And I think the world is too depressing. I like the happy-go-lucky Cyberfrog. So I'm hoping that this, because I do like it, and I will support it. I do like it. But I do wish that this world invasion conquest story, the world is getting devoured, I hope it ends and it goes back to more superhero-y stuff. I don't like the doom and gloom post-apocalyptic setting. In general.
I can see that. I think that if Stan Lee was here and he would say, all the books got to come out like that, guys, come on.
Well, right? In Stan Lee's defense, they had contracts with newsstands. They would get sued. They would get in trouble if the comics didn't come out on time. That's why they had inventory issues. Yeah, they were periodicals. Periodicals meant monthly. And in order to maintain contracts with these distributors, they had to produce monthly. It wasn't until the direct market when you started to see comics started becoming late and months, one of the first direct market comics was Brian Bolland, Mike W. Barr's Camelot 3000.
Yeah.
It was a year between issue 11 and 12. That wouldn't have happened if it came out on the newsstand. And people forget The Watchmen was very late. It was months between issues sometimes.
Really?
But that was a direct market comic. I'm sorry, Logic's Finest. I don't know. I guess my eyes are getting all tired. All art is subjective, absolutely. But 2 books in almost 8 years. Again, you already know my feelings about it. It seems that artists get mad when I say it. I'm not an artist, But here's my question: why can't we just like what we like? Absolutely,
Totally,
100%. I don't like the drama. This is the closest I've got to drama in a long time on my channel. See, Shadowpunk's causing problems.
I do it. But the thing is,
It's fine. It's fine because we're not yelling and screaming and whatever.
Here's the thing, though. Okay, we all have to remember, and logic too. Okay, I hate to say this, but drama sells books.
It does. It does. It does.
Right?
It's not so much that drama sells, it's tension sells.
Conflict and tension.
You have to create tension. Now, unfortunately, what we call in drama, fighting, John hates Shadowpunk. Shadowpunk hates John's Longbow. That is tension.
Right.
And that is irresistible to people. So I'm trying to create tension, but not drama. That's why I came up with that. It's clobbering time.
Yeah.
Because, it's, all right, we're going to get the Daredevil camp to fight against the Nightwing camp. And, now,
right.
That's why I specifically picked Star Wars versus Star Trek. I'm trying to create tension on my channel to get some eyeballs and attention over here, but in a positive, geeky, fun comic book way.
I'll tell you something. Let me tell you something. Not everybody can come in and start a channel and succeed. And people have unquantifiable characteristics, personality things. You have it.
Oh, thank you.
You do.
I didn't know where you were going. I thought you were going to say, and you should stop immediately.
Right. But not everybody can, and I think you kind of got to, sometimes you can test it, or sometimes you just got to know that about yourself. Not everybody can do 3D modeling and draw a comic book, right? But I can. But you know what, though? I don't have my own YouTube channel because it's just not me.
And there's a lot of people like Shane Davis. I'm not telling tales out of school. He's very uncomfortable on the camera. That's why he does like wild characters and everything like that. He's getting better at it, obviously.
I would never have thought that.
And EVS even said if you watch his original, he was whispering and
sure.
Yeah. And if you watch my first 6 weeks of videos, they're unwatchable. They're just horrible. I cringe but whatever. But what's funny is somebody approached me and offered me a position on a comic book talk show that was going to be on cable TV. And I was like, absolutely. Never heard from him again. You know what I mean? Because I knew it wasn't going to happen, but I hoped it would happen. How cool would that be? That's your job.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're good. I don't know if it was a scammer. I don't know if it was somebody who was dreaming, or whatever. But I was like, absolutely. If this could legitimately happen, I'll come out. Tonight's guest.
Right.
But, and now we'll do a skit with we'll get Eric July and Ethan wearing boxing gloves.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great. I like Logic's comment, so I want to address this. For some reason, if you don't like Rippaverse books or EVS books, you're a bad guy to the other camp. Yes, I hate that with a passion.
Totally.
And I hope nobody takes what I say. I don't hate anybody, except for I don't even hate Fabian Niciet. That's just my shtick now that he's my bogeyman. But it reeks of silly drama from both sides, yes, and it's extremely tiring. And I've had long, heated, private debates with friends, and they'll tell me that I'm wrong till the day I die. But I don't know. I can't back it up with any real empirical data. But I think it's driving people away from indie comics.
Oh, you think so?
I think this fighting it was exciting at first. And I think after a year of I hate you, you hate me, I hate you, I think people are starting to walk away from it. I can't prove it. I don't have any empirical data to back it up. Maybe you have empirical data to prove me wrong, and then I'll say you're right.
You might have a good sense of it, and I don't because I don't really think in those terms. But I remember watching that show where Dick Masterson shows up. Hello. Right, and then they lay into Eric about his book, and I remember seeing a bunch of things in there that I didn't like. It was bizarre that Eric couldn't take notes after making $3 million. You can't just say take notes and throw it away after the show's over, because that's what you do when you make $3 million, dude. You shut your mouth and you go, totally, guys, I totally get it. But instead, he not only did he get defensive, his cronies started working for him. And I remember thinking, who are these people? What is their problem? They're owned?
To be honest, when I hear the words Ethan Van Sciver or Eric July, I kind of tune out, unless I know it's specifically about comic books, because I don't want to hear the fighting. But I will say this, and this is like the most drama farming I'm going to get.
Okay.
I didn't like Isom. I got the first issue. I just thought it was boring and unfocused, you know. So I said, you know what? He's been on my channel. He came on a second time. He's been nice to me. You know, he's been very polite. So I bought the second issue. Like, okay, maybe it'll clear up the problems that I have. And it didn't. So I said, okay, $70 in, I'm done. But I didn't yell and scream. I don't wish him any ill. You know, I think a rising tide floats all boats, whatever.
Big time.
But when people started to criticize him, I first off, I felt a little better for myself. Okay, I'm not the only one who feels this way. But if he had just said, I hear your criticism, I'm a rookie writer. You know, I'm flawed by phenomenal success, but there's always room to grow.
That's it.
You know, I'm talking with Chuck Dixon. I'm talking with Mike Barron, and it's only going to get better. You know, and for those of you who didn't like the first 2 issues, maybe by the 6 issues, it'll be to you like that, and everybody would have shut up.
That's it.
You know, and that's what I'm going to, because I know there's going to be people who hate my comic. I know it. It's just the way the world is. You know, you can't win. You can't win over 100% of the people. So when I'm like trying to pepper myself or prepare myself rather for the inevitable, illogical or logical attacks, you know, and my mantra is going to be, what would Stan Lee do? Stan Lee wouldn't be like, F you jackass. You know, Stan Lee would be like, oh, well, you know. And also, I don't want people to be like, oh, you're just going to dismiss him. No, I'm not. If it's one lunatic saying something crazy, you dismiss it, but you dismiss it gracefully. If there's a lot of people saying the same thing, you got to listen to it. You know, you know. So there you go.
Well,
I'm all prepared. I'm all prepared to take the criticism like a man. And yes, it sucks.
I think that what you said makes a lot of sense. I guess I kind of felt the same way. But I was subjective when it happened. I'm going to say something subjective, then we'll read this guy's logic comment.
I like logic comments.
So
I just wish this phone wasn't blocking my face. I feel like I'm wearing a mask.
So you and I and a bunch of creators, we didn't even crack 10K. Okay. Right. And I would better, our books are better than Eric July's book. Okay. Subjectively.
Oh, just pointing out, we got some cloak and dagger for who was it? Logic was talking about it.
Yeah.
Little proof that I just missed this particular issue. But anyway,
so I'll finish it up. When Eric couldn't take criticism and he made that kind of money, I'm thinking to myself, dude, we all didn't even crack 10K.
Right.
And so, dude, you're mentally ill or something?
$5 million buys a lot of ointment.
No kidding, dude.
I mean, what is like for $5 million? You know, if my comic made $5 million and there was a bunch of people, you know, yeah, you get. But I think the $5 million would soften up my whatever. I don't know. I feel like I'm bashing it. I don't want.
Maybe it's unfair for me to look at it from that viewpoint because.
But in his defense, a lot of people are getting really wacky. You know what I mean? Like, it wears at you. I mean, look at Ed Piscor.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
A lot. Who knows what else that we don't know? You know, and I'm sure. And Ethan Van Sciver is getting a lot of nonsense too behind the scenes. You know.
Oh, and it's almost okay.
Boy, Zach went through hell. You know, if people remember. You know, so
here's the other thing.
You never know what people are struggling with in public, in private. Excuse me.
Totally. Here's the other. Talk about that right there. Here's the other point.
Is Fantastic Four 371?
That is
another
cool.
Rare Fantastic Four that I'm missing.
So if Eric really did send Ethan a night letter saying you better back off and criticize myself, if that actually happened, and I believe it probably did, okay, you know, if that happened, I'm thinking to myself, dude, even that means you are unconnected from reality. Because any person that would look at the CG movement, even if let's pretend you didn't even like Ethan Van Sciver, you would have to be stupid to think that he's not the heart and soul of CG. Okay, so, and I think that is true. He kind of built the movement. Okay, so in my mind, that's dumb to go after a guy like that, and it's got tons of hubris to do that. I'm thinking to myself, dude, that makes no sense to me. So that's my 2 cents.
I
You
don't know.
know,
I don't know what happened. I avoid it. Like I don't know the I don't know the particulars, and I don't care. I wish them both luck. I wish they would shake hands and agree to disagree and move on. But part of me, and this is cynical me, thinks that they probably talk after. That was really good. Come at me harder, because this drama is creating attention for both of us.
I would be impressed if that's what it is.
I wouldn't be surprised to find out that like Eric and EBS were on. Oh man, that was excellent tonight. You make more puppets of me. That was good, because just because you don't think like Democrats and Republicans are just like, yeah,
Oh, sure, absolutely.
they're having breakfast in the cafeteria, laughing at each other. Then the camera comes on and they're yelling and screaming at each other.
You know what it is though. I thought that too. That's a possible scenario. But some of those puppet shows are so raunchy that I'm like, dude, are you?
I watched one because it was pointed out to me, and I got to admit it was funny. I laughed, but
It was, yeah.
But I want to address this. John Byrne is my favorite comic book artist ever. Full stop. We just became best friends. Logic. John Byrne is my holy grail guest on my channel. It'll never happen in a million years, but
yeah.
But a person needs to dream. His ego is bigger than any doorway, and he can't mark. Yeah, he's not a people person.
Is it true though that he couldn't market his artwork? Is that true?
Well, he has a person that handles his artwork. You go through him for everything.
Yeah, is it Jim Warden? Is that who it is?
I wouldn't know his name. I've seen John firing tweets at Fabian. And then he told me to stick a comic up my ass.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Fabian Nicieta wrote, Gina Carano got what she deserved. So I played dumb, and I said, hey, Fabian, I don't follow this. What exactly did Gina Carano say? Right. And he responded, oh, I don't know, something probably anti-Semitic. I said, oh, so you don't know what she said, but you know she got what she deserved. So he went, John, I knew you were playing dumb. You should take a comic book, preferably a treasury-sized edition, and shove it up your ass. I was like, wow. I said, Fabian, I'll save the butt stuff for you, but I think it doesn't behoove you to shoot your mouth off when you admit you don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
And then John Delarose did it. Ethan Van Sciver talked about it. Eric July talked about it. And part of me gets a little bit mad because all of them got super chats. They all made money off my tweet. I got nothing.
Okay. Someday you will, though. You'll have all the super chats.
The cronies of EVS do that. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. And I don't like either one of it. Personally, I like both guys. I have no problems with EVS. He's been nothing but a gentleman to me. He had me on his channel a few times. I like talking to him. I met him in person. He was really, really pleasant in person. I never met Eric July in person, but he came on my channel. We talked. What else do you want? No, neither one of them owe me anything. Neither one of them owe me promotion or anything. So I got no problem. I wish they just would stop fighting. The cynical person inside me just thinks that they're like, that was good. Keep it up. This whole drama thing sells both sides of the issue. You know what I mean? Like I could just see them being like secret friends or something. It's crazy for both sides. Absolutely. So John, you're saying it's personal more than I lost track. What's personal?
Maybe
Fabian. Yeah, I don't like Fabian because he was told me to stick a comic up my ass. Are you talking about me? I'm not jealous of anybody. I don't know if I'm.
I think he's talking about Fabian. I think that's what he's talking about.
Or is he talking about? Or maybe he's talking about EVS versus Eric July. Logic. If you could verify this comment, I don't want to comment when I don't exactly.
The way Fabian talked to you.
Clearly, he's doing something right. I got to agree. Unless he's doing it legally. He's not stealing. He's not selling drugs. He's not. I almost said something I shouldn't have said. Personal preferences and criticism. Yes, absolutely.
That's true.
Some people are Marvel people, some people are DC people, and then
That's
there's
true.
crazy people who like Valiant comics.
What are you going to do?
Prove that night letter narrative. Just because Ethan said it, yes.
That's true. That is true too.
Your 2 cents is following the narrative. It's like he said, yeah. I don't know. I'm not involved. I don't want to know because to me it's just ugly, and I'm trying to avoid ugly. Movie World Comics saying all artists suggest is basically saying that art doesn't matter and implies that no criticism is valid. Art, there's aesthetic criteria to art. We could. I've never studied art in any professional manner or anything, but a billion years of comic books, so I know it's good and not bad. But I'm if you notice when you watch my channel, I never say reviews because I don't think I'm a good reviewer, but I call it showcases. It's me showing off a comic book. Let you draw your own conclusion because I'm not very good at reviews. Well, I think Richard C. Meyer is pretty good at reviews, but I'm not.
Let me tell you about, because I did study art and I went to art school, and I have an illustration degree, and I studied illustrators, and it is pretty subjective. I mean, generally speaking, you can say that's badly drawn maybe, but there are a lot of people who look at something that's badly drawn and it connects with something.
He thinks you're jealous. Are you jealous of Eric July?
No, well, I do want to make $3 million. Yeah. I'm not jealous.
To be totally honest, I wish my comic book made $3 to $5 million. But did Eric? This is how I go about everything, and it really makes for a better life. Here's one bit of advice from Johnny from John's Long Box. If you start to feel yourself get jealous, which is human and normal, ask yourself, did this person take anything from me? Like when I see Ethan Van Sciver making $400,000 on a comic book, you're like, oh man. And then I go, but he didn't take anything from me.
Of course.
Good for him. When Eric July makes $3 billion on a comic book, that doesn't mean he destroyed my comic book in the process. No, my comic book is doing what it's doing because nobody, it's not Eric July's fault. So I like Vaughn Coleman launched Phenomenova at me the same week. He doubled what I did. Should I be jealous? We're both first-time creators.
Yeah.
But no, I look at it, I'm competing against me, so I don't get jealous.
He directed that at me, so can I respond just a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think he makes a good point. I'm not a jealous person, but I did say it was a subjective way of looking at it. And I'm impressed that he made that kind of money. He definitely did something right. But if someone's going to offer you criticism about your book and you make that kind of money, it's frustrating for everybody down on earth that didn't make $3 million to go, dude, just take the criticism.
Laugh all the way to the bank.
Laugh all the way. That's the best way to laugh all the way to the bank. And I wish I was as smart as Eric to market my book. You know what I mean? I really wish I.
My criticism. I already told you what I thought of the comic, but I just wish he took the criticism and said, you know what? Yeah,
totally.
Just you got $3 million in the bank. That makes everything easy to you know what I mean? If my comic book sells $3 million and you want to call me a fat, ugly piece of crap, I'm like,
totally.
I'm a fat, ugly piece of crap with $3 million in the. You know what I mean? Just be gracious.
The smart people figure that out pretty early.
Like somebody was making fun of Michael Caine. They're like, "Oh man, did you even see Jaws 3? Jaws 3 is a piece of crap movie. It's an objectively piece of crap movie." And Michael Caine's response was, "No, I never sat through it. I never watched it. But I watched the house that I bought for my mother with the money that I made."
Right. So his point here.
I didn't even read it yet. I don't think Jackson Pollock is art. I could disagree with that. It is art, but I could see that it's not everybody's cup of tea. I have a 3-year-old throw paint at canvas. It is. Your 3-year-old throwing paint at a canvas is art. I'm wrong or right. Pay millions for his, now the money part, because I'm not a fan of modern art. I was an electrician at, I forget what museum it was, and we were wiring up special lights for an art. It was crap, but I'm at work, so I got to be quiet. And I thought the art was crap, but it is art because I take the Scott McCloud's definition of art. Art is any human endeavor that is not whose not only sole purpose is procreation or survival. So, he goes, the first caveman is running from a saber-toothed tiger. That's not art, that's survival. That same caveman comes home and have sex with his cave woman. That's not art, that's procreation. The next day he gets up, he sees that saber-toothed tiger, he goes like this. That was art. Nothing, so yeah. Art, art is anything.
There's another. So what people, there's a theory that I agree with, and I'll tell you what it is that postmodern art is it's a rich elite takeover, rich left-wing elite takeover, so that when you have they spend all the money on this stuff, millions, and then the normal person can't judge it. Right now, it's an expert has to judge it, right?
I think it's tax write-offs.
It's that too, right?
You go to a museum, some guy shits out a piece of art, forgive my language, sells it for $25,000, and then somebody else sells it for $180,000, and then donates it.
Right.
It was all tax write-off, and then the guy got paid. Yeah,
totally.
I know, but
it's also if you can make a movie about your artist, like you make a movie about Jackson Pollock and you spend $1 million making the movie, then in 20 years you can sell the Jackson Pollock for $50 million.
Yeah.
Right. And it's all bullshit. I mean,
it is a scam. The art world is a scam. My friend Laura, she ran the Leo Castelli Art Gallery, which is a prestigious gallery in Soho, right by where Robert De Niro lives, and it's the same art gallery that discovered Andy Warhol. Just to put it in perspective.
Oh, okay.
She'll tell you it's all a scam. Leo Castelli would tell you it's all a scam.
Yeah, I totally would.
It's all. And the funny thing is, I had a piece of art hanging up in the same art gallery that discovered Andy Warhol, because I was like, this is ridiculous. So I took paper and pencils and crayons, and I drew the most ridiculous stick. I called it Stick in Eye, and it was a guy poking another guy in the eye with a stick, and then blood drop, and it hung right next to a David Lynch drawing, which inspired it because David Lynch did stick figures. So people are looking at David Lynch stick figure, and then they're looking at mine, and like, with my name written on the bottom in a little gold. So I could brag without lying that I had art hanging up in a prestigious art gallery in Soho. But I wanted to address this comment. The modern habit of saying this is my opinion, I may be wrong, it drives me nuts. Well, when people say that, I go nuts because yes, you may be wrong. That's what your opinion means. In my opinion, the sky is purple. I may be wrong. Well, that's what opinion, And I also hate when you say like, Italians are tall. And then somebody goes, not all Italians are tall. I know. I'm talking in generalities,
Right.
Stop being a baby brain. You know what I mean?
Right.
I hate that, And I call that you comparing apples to bushels. When I'm talking bushels, you're talking about an apple. Stop that. But whatever. Here's a question. Maybe comic creators should just market themselves better and staying. Absolutely. No argument with me there, Guys, have you ever heard me talking bad about any other comic book to promote my comic? I think I'm a living example of what you're talking about. I buy my comic because Shadowpunk sucks. You'll never hear that. Matter of fact, I would dare say you never hear any other YouTube comic book person promote other people's comics more than me. I wish everybody who I've ever promoted bought my comic. My comic would be over 30 grand right now.
Sure. Yeah. It's the nature of online promotion. Not everybody's going to reciprocate.
Yeah.
And it is what it is,
I'm ashamed because I got mad at a guy. I asked the guy, would you mind retweeting? And he said no. And I got furious.
Really?
I got furious. And I irrationally, I got furious, and I dropped his book. I backed it, and then I dropped it. And I told my wife. My wife said, you should have waited 24 hours. She's always the voice of reason. And 3 hours later, the guy said, I was wrong. I'm going to promote your book. And then a minute later, he goes, why'd you drop my book? You know what I mean?
So he realized that
cooler head should have prevailed. I don't claim to be flawless. I don't claim to be perfect.
That's kind of weird though that somebody would do.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not one of these people, but many do. I respect you. Yeah.
It is kind of strange though that somebody would say, I'm not going to retweet. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird because it costs you nothing. And one guy did that to me once, but his book was like it was sexually gratuitous.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want to go down that road.
If this person said to me, I don't want to do it because your comic was sexually gratuitous or you have curse words, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I say now that I got engaged in 4 bouts of drama. All 4 of them I started myself, and all 4 of them I regret. One of them I was correct. The other 3 I was totally wrong.
Oh, well.
But I'm not on Twitter yelling and screaming about it. What makes your opinion any better than mine? Yeah, I agree. I agree. I love arguing with people about art because then, first off, I learn a lot because I'm talking about fine art. But second off, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It's like screaming about, what tastes delicious, what girls are hot, what art do you like? There is no real.
Can I tell you how it matters though? Here's how it matters. Okay, if people decide they're going to take over the art world and promote postmodern arts, and they're going to fund millions through there, the people that draw really well are going to not be able to make a living anymore. And so what happens, and then normal people won't be able to judge the artwork. Only the elites will be able to judge artwork.
But I will say that the common person will see through the bullshit and buy what they like.
They will. But
you know what I mean? If you're going to get some impressionist, crazy modern art guy drawing comic books, they're not going to sell. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the guy who can draw and make artwork, he makes less money now because Jackson Pollock is making $50 million. Yeah, but also, is that taking it? I don't know. Is it taking any money? Because that person, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough. I stopped myself because I realized I don't know enough. But this is because I saw. There's Don Simpson right there for Hail Pittsburgh. Sorry about the Butler, PA guys. Seriously. I think I'm the last Don Simpson fan. I get everything by Don Simpson, from Border Worlds to Bizarre Heroes to all of his offshoots. We talked about him coming on my channel, and he's not coming on my channel because I will not submit an itinerary of what we're going to talk about.
Oh,
so I was just like, it's a conversation. It's not an interview. Like, people say that I interview people. I don't interview people. I just have a conversation, which is one of the reasons why I can't stand avatars, because I'm looking at your face as we're talking. And if I see you don't like what I'm talking about, if I see you smiling, I'll whatever. So, like, RJ is really the only person I allowed to have an avatar because he discovered me. You know what I mean? So he gets a special dispensation.
I'll tell you what I think of Don Simpson. I think that he is a great artist. He draws really well, and you can never knock him for being anything but a top-level drawer, craftsman. What the kind of subject matter they go down that road is a little lighthearted, so it tends not to be something I buy, but I'm always impressed.
Yeah, he's, and it's funny, even Alan Moore called him a dick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Alan Moore fired him from 1963.
Oh.
He's apparently, I didn't know this. Apparently he's difficult to work with.
Oh, okay. Damage
Control, missing. How did I get the first 2 issues and miss the 3rd issue? This is Cyclops number 3. I got the first 2 issues, and this is right before I quit Marvel and DC. So it just bothers me that I got 2 issues of like a 9-issue run. So I'm picking these up. Oh, it's Greg Rucka, so it should be pretty good. Because, this is still before they went political. Oh, wow, another fantastic. I forgot. It's been, this stack of back issues have been sitting in my back room for months. I forgot about it. Wow, another Fantastic Four that I'm missing. All from the same this is the hoochie costume. You know, that they call this the Invisible Woman wearing the bare
Really?
with
I
the
never heard that.
yeah. This unfortunate, you know, Sue Storm to me is like the MILF of comics. You know, she's the hot mom. You know, she wouldn't dress like this. You know, I Fantastic Four my favorite. Logic again. I like to see artists market themselves better. No argument there. That's what I like to see. Let the fans decide instead of creators. I don't like to see fans. I don't like to see creators attacking other creators. Absolutely, I agree with that. Oh, Heroinberg. I'll talk with Don about it next time I see him, which I'll probably be at Eddie Pecan. He had TDS for a while, so he might still be politically wary. Great. Yeah, tell him I'm a big fan and I invited him on the channel. We talked through Facebook Messenger, but he basically wanted an outline of what we were going to talk about. And I just, even if I write an outline, I'm not going to stick to it because you bring up something and then, oh, sorry, I can't go off on that because I'm sticking to this scripted. It's going to be boring. Nobody's going to watch that.
It's not. He almost sounds like a politician that wants the questions written out in front of him. You know.
And Heroinberg, I got your comic. I got number 4. I read it today. I'm going to make a video on it. If he sent me a Heroinberg number 4. The first one didn't arrive. If by some miracle it does show up, I'll give it away to. I'll figure out a way to give it away to somebody. This is more Tim Seeley. I just bought this out of loyalty to Tim Seeley. I could care less about these Chaos comics, but it's actually pretty. Now this I know I already had. Why did I buy this? So this I already have. This is the costume that I'm talking about. Sue Storm.
Right.
Sue Storm.
There's some Medusa back there. She looks weird.
Yeah. Oh, and this was a weird era. This was Elijah. She was a Skrull that impersonated Alicia. So Johnny Storm, in one of the last things John Byrne did was he had Johnny Storm marry Alicia. And that really just infuriated me because that broke the bro code, man. You don't do that. Especially somebody like Ben Grimm who can't get another chick, and then you marry the only chick that was interested. Right. And Johnny Storm, you're a player. You get anybody. And then the fan reaction was so bad that they changed her into a Skrull impersonating Alicia. But still, Johnny Storm didn't know that. Johnny Storm broke the bro code, as far as I'm concerned.
Maybe John Byrne wanted to intentionally piss people off.
Who knows? Oh, and where is it? Apologies for the comment. No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I wouldn't have talked about it if you know. People ask me my opinion about it, so there's my opinion. But again, when I talk about drama, I like saying that you have a problem with somebody. You know, Shadowpunk. I don't like Shadowpunk because he did this. That's fine. When I talk about the drama, it's the dwelling on it, talking about it every night, dude. It's okay to have a night where you're like, you know, Don Simpson he drove me crazy. You know, Fabian Nicieza said that's fine, but move on. You said it already. You say something like Talking Head. Say something once. Why say it again?
You know what? I think that when that happens, if people stop making money, they wouldn't do that anymore. Right? Yes. So that tells you that, and whether it's drama about this or drama about this thing or that thing, we said it once, we'll say it again. Drama, people like it.
Yeah. I tell you, I don't get many super chats. Very rarely do I get super chats. So when I do get them, it's very appreciated. But at the same time, they make me feel weird. You know, because am I a performing monkey now? You know.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? And I'm not going to say I don't want to say I'm greedy, but like I would love for my comic book to make 10 times what it's making right now because I could use the money. I would, you know, give Renzo more money. I'd give Daniel more money, and I would make more comics, and it would make my life easier. I want to get central air in this house, things like that. So do I chase the super chats? You know what I mean? Like
no.
And then am I different than an OnlyFans girl? Because
in my personal opinion, and that's all it is that in 10 years, in 5 years, what you're doing with your book here and the landscape of the people that you know is going to be totally different. And so you will be, and it takes time to build stuff, to build an audience for your book. You know?
I agree with you. I was just waxing philosophical. Herrenberg, Don's an English and writing instructor at the local college. Good for him. Tell him I'm a big fan. If you do meet him, tell him I'm a big fan, and tell him I would love to have him, because I think there's no bigger Don Simpson fan than me. I got everything the guy's ever done. I love the guy. I would love to talk to him. It would be an honor to talk to him, but I don't want to be untrue to myself and write an itinerary of our conversation. Now Dale, I guess I got to take my shirt off.
Right.
You paid for it, or how about this? For $2, I'll go screw yourself, Eric July. There you
Right.
go. I don't. Now somebody's gonna cut that and loop it. It's a joke. As you can see, even a $2 super chat made me feel a little bit uncomfortable.
I think it's kind of cool.
Not that I'm telling you not to do it. You know, we got bills to pay. The check engine light came on today.
Right.
As I call that, the $400 light. Thing wearing the helmet because Wolverine clawed his face. Yes, that's
really.
Yeah, he got to fight Wolverine, hit him in the face. So Thing is even more sensitive about his looks. I this camera's driving me crazy. I got to come up with a better setup. But Dale, thank you. It's funny because, like I said, I don't usually get super chats, but when I do, they're most likely $2. So I've been trying to get that clip from Better Off Dead with John Cusack.
$2.
So anytime anybody does $2, I want to put that clip up. But I tried to download it from a YouTube. So if anybody could find that clip of what I'm talking about and send it to me, I just think it would be funny. And quite frankly, it deserves something, you know.
I can find it because all you got to do is download the movie and then clip it.
Oh,
you want me to try? You want me to try to
do
it?
That for me? Like he says it more than if you could get like a couple of different times, so I could change it up.
Yeah.
In the naive hopes that some people will super, but I think once I start doing it, people will. See, already I'm chasing the super chats. So, you know, I can if guys, in total honesty, if I was making $2 or $3 grand a night talking shit about Shadowpunk, you're going down. I'm sorry, I'm only human.
Actually, that's not true. If you're making that much money talking about me all the time, I'm going up no matter what you say.
Right. Yeah, and then turn off the camera. Like, we did pretty good. How much did you get on your?
Pretty good. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's like
which makes me think that I do think it, because I didn't know about the term kayfabe until recently because I'm not a wrestling fan.
Right.
And you know, they both talk about kayfabe, so who knows? Maybe it's all an act. I'd like to think it's all an act because I'd like to think that people really are getting along. What about the 35 issues that She-Hulk was a member of the FF? Good quote from Psycho Killer, by the way. I love that run. John, I didn't like She-Hulk. I thought, for the most part, I don't like when a superhero has other copies of it, like, you know, like
derivative.
Yeah, like Batgirl or whatever. I do make an exception for a female. So if there's Batman, I'll accept Batgirl. You know, if there's Hulk, I'll accept She-Hulk. But I didn't particularly like She-Hulk. I always felt she was a rushed concept. And then when I read that they did rush out to She-Hulk because they heard rumors that the TV show was going to have a female Hulk, and Stan Lee wanted to own the character before the show owned the character. So it wasn't until John Byrne took over the character and really made me like the character. John Byrne is in my opinion, the second creator of She-Hulk.
Sure.
Or third creator, you know.
So that cover right there, that's a really cool Blue Beetle.
I want to address this. Cannot wait for Heroic Tales. Thank you so much. I can't wait to give it to you. I can't, for selfish reasons, I can't wait to have my own comic book in my hand. And then for, I guess, all other different selfish reasons, I can't wait for people to tell me it was good. And I'm actually anticipating people telling me it sucks. Not anticipate. I'm actually eager for people because I feel that'll be a good test of my character. You know
what? You have a show, so it might be slightly different. But what happened with me was some people say, "Yeah, I really like the book," but most of the time, a lot of people will get it and won't read it.
It's funny. I have to read every comic book I have, but I buy so many comics that that I'm up to 18
Yeah.
boxes of unread comics.
Sure.
But I made a policy at New Year's. Any CG, indies, whatever you want to call it. I'll just say CG comics goes on top of the pile. Like
Okay.
tonight, I'm reading Dead at 17, even though Josh Howard isn't technically CG, it goes on top of the pile. Like Horace H. Hoover, it's on top of the pile. And I'm still embarrassed because even the CG stuff that I'm backing is getting bigger and bigger because I still haven't read Godlike yet. I got that a few months ago.
Oh, wow.
You know. But yes, I agree with you. This character, I'm very protective of the Blue Beetle because the original Golden Age Blue Beetle was not a Steve Ditko creation, but the one that everybody knows and loves, Ted Kord, is a Steve Ditko creation. I'm a Steve Ditko fanboy, so I'm very protective. So I immediately hated this character, but they wrote him really well, made me like him. So yeah. Plus, I always loved the Phantom Stranger. Who doesn't like the Phantom Stranger?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, okay. This might be the first legitimately embarrassing thing. Damsels in Excess. I have 1 to 4. Oh no, I don't have 1 to 4 because here's 3. So we'll see. Why did I buy this? Is this a Bubby comic? Did you guys catch me perving out? I don't know. I know nothing about this. So obviously I bought it. Maybe I have 1 and 2, but I don't know. I don't remember if it's soft porn or just suggestive. I don't remember anything. I'll let you know. Okay. What is this? Oh, Car Warriors. This is Chuck Dixon. Every Wednesday, Chuck Dixon does What You're Reading, and I stole the name, and I do, whenever my pile gets big enough, I do a video, What You're Reading, and it's the comics that I just recently read. He talked about Car Warriors, and I'm like, oh my God, a Chuck Dixon comic that I do not have. It's funny because every Wednesday, ask Chuck Dixon on Chuck Dixon's YouTube channel. It's really one of the highlights of my week. I love it. The inside stories, his movie recommendations,
Sure.
insights on comic book writing from a master at its craft.
Sure.
And I call that the $20 show because every Wednesday I end up spending $20 on something that Chuck Dixon recommended. So here we got Car Warriors. I think I just got the first issue. That's how I limit myself. I'll buy the first issue of something and then read it, and then I'll pick up the rest. Local Man, more Local Man. Good, because I think I got up to 11 in my box, but I can't read it if I'm missing an issue. This Victorian Secret Agents. It's a pretty clever title. Victorian Secret Agents, and it's steampunk, which I hated for years, but it's warming up on me. And guys, I got a steampunk character because Heroic Tales is the first superheroes were in Atlantean times in my comic book. So there's going to be superheroes too. That's why the comic book is called Heroic Tales. It originally wasn't going to be a vehicle. It wasn't just going to be the Patriarch. It was going to be every issue a different hero. But I'm sticking with the Patriarch. You got to dance with the one that brought you. You know what I mean? So every issue will have a Patriarch story, and then you flip the book over. So it's going to look like this. You flip it over, and there's another comic on the other side, another cover.
Cool.
So, but I have a Victorian hero. Oh my God. I want to spoil it so bad. I want to say his name. It's such a great name, but I know if I say it, somebody's going to rush out.
Yeah.
That's how good it is. So, but yeah. So I've grown to like steampunk. So this is they're female secret agents in Victorian England, and they're the Victorian secret. I just think it's clever. Now, issue number 1, this was excellent, and then there's a whole bunch of Victorian. So I bought all of them. Only one comic is a comic. The rest of them are like, cheesecake pinups. Tastefully done. It's not boobies or anything like that, but it's like those Marvel swimsuit issues. And I was really disappointed because I really liked the comic. Like this girl's the daughter of like another secret agent. The mother is like starting to slow down. She's not as good. You know what I mean? So she's like fighting with the mom, like, you shouldn't be doing this. It was really, really good. Favorite character is John Bennett's Lady Mechanica. Yeah, Lady Mechanica is good. Lady Mechanica. That might show up in this pile because I know I'm missing a few issues. What is this? Oh, Gemini. Oh, okay. you're gonna hear Jay Farber. I might be the only Jay Farber fanboy on the planet. Jay Farber is a phenomenal writer.
Really?
He's a and he makes up what comic? I think it was Noble Causes. Oh my God, such a good comic. And the premise of that is they're a family like the Fantastic Four, but they're also a family in the age of social media. So just imagine the Fantastic Four, but they care about Twitter likes and Instagram and things like that. And then talk about drama. One of them sleeping with his brother-in-law.
Okay.
The father had an affair with a supervillain, and now their son is part of the family, but the mother can't, like in Game of Thrones, but they're all superpowers. Like it's so good. And then he did a Dynamo 5, which was Dynamo is the superhero. He's got like 5 powers, and each one of his children has one of his powers, but each one of his children is from a different woman. Dynamo was killed. His wife found out that this guy's a player. He's been sleeping with a whole bunch of different women. She assembles all of his kids because they need to find out who killed Dynamo.
Oh, wow.
So Jay Farber has this whole superhero universe, but every comic is some facet of family life. Like there's a family. It's so good. And I don't know if he just gets tired or if they don't sell well or if he just like, I got so many ideas, I want to move on. But none of them last too long. Noble Causes was the longest running, and it's phenomenal. But this one, I didn't know about it until I saw his name on Gemini. So I was like, oh, wow, it's a one-shot. Jay Farber. And then he wrote a stand soap opera called Under the Influence, and it's just like what influenced his writing. And every third article is about Magnum PI. I really got to watch Magnum PI. Everybody loved that. I never watched Magnum PI.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like I said, I resisted stuff that you were supposed to like. I resisted. So Magnum PI, everybody loved. Okay, I'm missing an Electra issue. Oh, and the Senti.
There you go.
I'm missing an Electra issue. Should have stayed dead. Here we got, the things wearing this bucket on.
I never knew that.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like this. Oh, this is Annual 26. This is during the era when annuals are just garbage. When I was a kid, when you were a kid, annuals were the best. They were important. They had top talent. And now they're just like, oh, we got to do let's throw together like 3 inventory issues and staple it together, call it an annual. Oh, okay, I already saw that. I'm the other J fan. Okay, Noble Causes, Dynamo 5. I got a crush on. Yeah, he left comic. Yeah, he writes TV shows, and I think he's doing very well. But every once in a while, he'll come out with the comic, and yeah, he's so good. Good. See, Harrenberg and I get along. I met him at the same night I met Ethan Van Sciver and Graham Nolan and Dan Fraga.
Mm.
It was really cool. He was in a hurry. Otherwise, I would have talked to him all night long. Damage Control. Oh, what is this? Oh, Cable and the X-Force.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. I don't like Cable. When we were talking earlier about an unfocused name.
Yeah.
To me, no offense, Rob Liefeld, on the off chance that you happen to be watching this, great guy. I love you personally, Rob Liefeld, but I can't stand Cable. What does it mean?
Right.
What does it mean, Cable? Okay, so let's. I'm going to pitch to you a concept. His name is Cable. He comes from the future. He has a bionic arm. He has a glowing eyeball, and he carries a freaking gun. No offense, but that's what a 7-year-old concept of a superhero is. By the time you're writing the X-Men and drawing the X-Men, Cable and Fight Guy and Dr. Fist should have been left in the childhood drawer. I always tell this story. When I was a kid, me and my friends were all drawing. And I made up a team called the Executioners. And one of them they were named after the weapons. So one was axe, and one was sword, and one was halberd. But they wore freaking Ku Klux Klan helmets. They had these white hoods.
Executioners, yeah.
Because they were the good guys. They couldn't wear the. And I thought they were the coolest. And one day as an adult, I found it. My friend was like, what were you? I was a teenage Klan member. I was like,
Right.
so I'm making comic books right now. I may have a team called the Executioners, but they ain't going to look like that.
Right.
Rob, I love you, Rob, but Cable is an unfocused character.
This looks like a somebody trying to imitate John Byrne.
Is this Paul Ryan? Let's crack it open.
I bet you're right. I bet you that's what it is. That's who it would be.
Let's crack it open. And guys, I'm loving the comments. 65 people watching. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, that's Paul Ryan
again. Heroenberg. I know you're going to use an avatar. I just can't stand talk. I want to talk to faces. But you could click on this and join us. I haven't said it in a while. It's not the Shadow Punk and Me show. It's open invite for everybody. Bishop, I like the character despite the fact that he's unfocused. What does Bishop mean? What does Bishop mean? It tells you nothing about his powers. It's a terrible name. Now, if he was based on like a chess piece that could like assassinate you from across the room or something like that you can argue. But what's he do? He channels energy, redirects energy, and then carries a gun. The gun is redundant.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know. But for some reason, I still kind of like him. My unfocused rule that Bill Williams is the letterer of my comic book. Great guy. He has a comic book called Punchline. And the main character is a girl called Versima. I don't know what Versima means. I asked Bill Williams. He said I have to ask the artist what it means. So I don't even think Bill Williams knows what Versima means. So it breaks my rule. Her costume is a mess of lines. I always say a superhero costume has to be simple and elegant, the least amount of lines as possible. And she still don't know what her powers are. She's learning her powers. She breaks every superhero, and I freaking love that comic. So,
there you go.
You have to be talented to break the rules.
Right.
Okay, yeah, Tom DeFalco, Paul Ryan, Dan
Paul
Black.
Ryan. Yeah.
It's kind of a cheat because I kind of knew Paul Ryan was doing it around this time. But I can't believe I'm missing so many Fantastic Fours from this time.
I think he passed away too.
Paul Ryan just died?
No, a while ago.
I
think so.
Brian Bow got me into Richard Sala. He did a comic called Evil Eye. Oh, it's so good. I've never seen another comic like it. The closest I could it is Edward Gorey, but it's so good. And then I was like, oh my God, I really like this. I became like an instant fan, buying all the back issues. I'm reaching out to get him on my channel, and Brian's like, oh, he died 2 years ago. I got like, he's sad, you know what I mean? Like I just discovered a guy and he died. Okay, this is a Doomsday +1, number 5. So yeah, okay, so this is number 2. So I got 2 to 5 in here. This is John Byrne's first regular series. See, John Byrne, 1975. So it's a little proto Byrne, but it's Charlton Comics Byrne. So I just love the premise of this. It's this astronaut, this good-looking blonde, goes to space with this hot redhead who looks just like Jean Grey, and this hot Japanese girl, and she's wearing like a bathing suit when they go into space. The nuclear war happens for the 5 days that they're in space, and then they purposely land in Greenland because they know that the global warming will melt it, and that'll be like the best place for. But in Greenland, in the icebergs, all of these old prehistoric creatures are coming out and attacking. It's so bad it's good. It's just like naive old science fiction. Nobody would buy the science fiction today, but back in 1975 it was great. Like 1999 could not be made today. It's so bad. It's terrible science fiction.
Oh yeah. When John Byrne came on the scene, I remember his Iron Fist and Power Man.
So good.
But the difference between his artwork and other artwork is that he was dimensional. It felt 3D, right? The kick would come into your face.
Yeah.
And especially compared to Dave Cockrum, who's also an awesome artist, but he was flatter. things are flatter and more graphic, you know.
Dave Cockrum doesn't get enough credit for being one of the best costume designers in all of comics.
He's awesome, man.
So good. Look at this. This is just this is John Byrne. It just jumps right out. You know, look at that's the Jean Grey, Natasha Romanoff face.
Sure.
But I love the good looking blonde guy goes to space with two hot chicks, and now he has to share with this caveman.
That looks like Banshee and Maura McTaggart.
Yep. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
That's one of John Byrne's self-admitted flaws, is that he uses the same face a lot.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
This is Big Bang Comics. This is like old Golden Age. I don't know if these were public domain characters or if they're new, but the conceit is it's written like goofy Golden Age. I didn't like it at first, but I found myself, I'm going to go back and get them. They're fun. The older I'm getting, the more I want like more whimsy and stuff. The world isn't getting nasty, so I'm just enjoying stuff like this. Oh yeah, some Indiana Jones. I'm missing a few of these. I bought the first issue because it was John Byrne, Terry Austin. John Byrne wrote it, drew it, Terry Austin inked it, and I hated it.
Really?
Because if it was just poorly written, and they made Indiana Jones like a jerk. Now, like Indiana Jones has some. If you watch the first Indiana Jones movie, Indiana Jones says like his dialogue is bad, but Harrison Ford is like the most charismatic person on the planet, so he pulls it off.
Yeah.
So just imagine trying to make that same old timey dialogue, but you don't get any of the Harrison Ford charm. So it just
that's tough, man, because to make people are going to want that when they pick up the book.
And then I went back. Somebody asked me, "Hey, can you do Indiana Jones?" So I did issue number 1. I reread it because I literally didn't read it since it came out, and I'm like, I want to get this. So they're only like a couple of bucks a piece. So I'm up. Apparently, I read 1 to 22. I'm really enjoying it now, and it's funny because like each issue is like a cliffhanger. So like he'll fall out of the plane and then like land in the ocean, and the next issue is an ocean adventure, and then like after he's fighting sharks, stuff like that, a ship will pull up and it's Nazis, and the next issue is him fighting that. It's like, dude hasn't slept in 22 issues.
Of course not.
Huntara has come to kill the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, that's a good example of we're just gonna try something and see if people like it. And in retrospect, that's not the greatest name either.
I hate names where they just add like OR at the end. Huntor, Thundor, and I also hate just like O's. Like it works with Mysterio, it works with Magneto, but like Lightning O.
Right.
But this is a real good shot of what I call the hoochie costume.
Yeah, that is the worst.
You're a mother of 2.
Ever.
You're a mother of 2. Oh, here's more of that damsels in excess.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I do like the art.
There are people that go gaga for that style kind of stuff.
Look at here's some more. Look at John Byrne drawing some sort of mermaid over here. I can't read this. This looks awesome. Here's the caveman that is going underwater. This looks awesome. Doomsday +1. So it's it's the day after Doomsday.
Oh, look at that.
Call Warriors number 2.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, Phil Winslow. Winslade. Phil Winslow is the father in Family Matters. He like paints his artwork. Oh, this is more Victorian secret agents. So holiday special. So this is going to be cheesecake pictures of them in the snow.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't realize it when I bought it, but because I really liked the 3 or 4 story issues that I got. So I buy everything because I'm a crazy person, and I'm getting disappointed.
Look at that.
Ernie Colin.
That is pure comics right there. Like
this Atlas Seaboard, they call it. This is Larry Lieber was running this company. Stanley's
really? Yeah.
And they hired all like you got Stan Lee being inked by Bernie Wrightson, doing a Warlock 2000, Planet of the Vampires, the Scorpion. The Scorpion, if I remember correctly, this first issue was Chaykin. Howard Chaykin. And then they just stopped paying it. Every issue is like a different team, different writer. The character changes.
If I was gonna color that cover right there, I know the technology is different, but there's too many colors going on, and I would literally coat the whole thing in a bluish tone, and with the muted color, and then I would work out of that, because or the gray tone in the buildings back there. Everything would kind of be like, I don't know why the building behind the guy and the monster is beige, because they maybe want it to pop or something. I don't know, but
they should have colored it the same colors. I agree with you.
They should have. Yeah.
I got a hold of Larry Lieber's phone number, and I sat on it for like 2 months, and then finally I called him up. Stan Lee's brother. He's in his 90s.
Wow.
And I just called him up cold, and he was like, "Oh wow, I was having a bad day. So glad you called me." And we just I call him every once in a while. We talk.
Really?
Yeah. I don't like going into Manhattan anymore because Manhattan's just a cesspool. But I will make an exception. I want to take Larry Lieber out to dinner. He gave me a copy of his novel, and I've been reading it, and it's so charming.
You're like, what you are. You're a little bit of like the Forrest Gump of comic books. Like, who don't you know? It's crazy.
It was funny because my wife came home from work and she's like, "Who are you talking to?" And I was like, "Larry Lieber." She's like, "Who's that?" "Stan Lee's brother." She was like, "Oh my God." She got all excited, And Stan Lee, Larry Lieber just had a surgery on his eye the day before. So he's all depressed. So he's like, "Oh yeah." We talked for hours. And I was like, "Am I imposing?" He's like, "No." He goes, "Give me your phone number." So I gave my phone number. I got to call him back. It's been like a month or two since I last called. Now look at this. Here's the next issue of the Scorpion. The costume's different. The art is different.
Cool. I like it.
Yeah, look at that face. That's like right out of Doctor Who. Yeah, I not to be morbid, but he's like in his 90s. I got to take him out to dinner soon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not morbid. That's practical.
Here's some more John Byrne doing Doomsday +1.
You
Unhuman female, planet Earth, extinct.
As an artist, a lot of times you have to do things that don't work to become the guy that makes X-Men. Right? You have to learn your lessons, and some of those covers are good, but they're not that level, and you can see, he's learning as he goes.
I love when Ethan does his draw streams, and I love when he does like art criticism, because he is a phenomenal artist. Like him, whatever you say about him, you can't deny that. And he was criticizing one of his own pieces, and the anatomy was slightly wrong in a Green Lantern that he drew, and he was like, "Yeah, I know." He goes, "I knew it was wrong when I drew it. I know it's wrong now." He goes, "But it's comic books, and sometimes you got to mess with the anatomy to make it a superhero comic book."
Oh, totally, absolutely.
And I totally agree with that. Sometimes Jack Kirby, it was terrible, but it was awesome. You know
what it is? It's and this is like this with a lot of things. When you're drawing a comic book, you're really juggling 100 different things to bring them all together to make that one image. And if you got to fudge it a little bit, you're going to fudge it because it'll make it work.
The Prisoner of the Scrolls. Look at that.
With the worst costume right there.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I forgot I ordered this. This is Jonathan Hickman. Oh, my comic just fell. I can't move my chair. It'll roll right over it. This was a comic East of West, Jonathan Hickman. I got this because Jonathan Hickman was writing the Fantastic Four at the time. I thought he did a really, really good job. But the problem with Jonathan Hickman is he never finishes well. He was the one who did the Krakatoa X-Men. Now, I don't know the inside baseball. Did he leave because he got a better deal on Substack? Did he leave because he was fired? Did he leave because working with Vita Ayala and everybody else was just driving him crazy? But the bottom line is he never finishes anything. And East of West, this is issue 21. you could probably remove every other issue and condense it down. It's just long, but it bothers me that I didn't finish it.
It looks kind of cool.
Art is great. The concept, it's a hokey concept. You know, post-apocalyptic America. The Chinese have over here. The black people have over here, and you know the white people have over here, and they high science, but not really, and the people live like pests. You know, it's a big ask. Black science. Okay. This is the multiverse, but that's the whole concept. Like they're traveling through the multiverse. This is a Rick Remender, who I like a comet. I loved Rick Remender, got everything, and then one day I was just like, I'm done with Rick Remender.
Really?
No offense to him, he seems like a good guy, but now I kind of regret it. I want to find out what happened, so I'm buying back issues of
That's kind of crazy, actually.
It's not bad.
No, this cover right here, this Duke cover.
They can't fall again. They fell. They can't fall again. Yeah, this is Dupe. This is Peter Milligan, who just died. I'm a big Peter Milligan fan. I can't stand his character Dupe, but I discovered Peter Milligan when he was writing the X-Men, and I become fanboys. You know,
that's cool.
You know, just keep in mind, I never broke up with any girl. Yeah, once I decide I like you, I stick with you. I'm very loyal. You know, every girl broke up with me. So, you know, I never broke up with Peter Milligan, as much as I can't stand Dupe. But thank God it only lasted 4 issues. This is awesome. Batwoman.
It looks cool. I remember these covers. This is Williams III or whatever.
Yeah, so good. His art is amazing.
It really is, man.
This was identity politics done well. She was a lesbian, but she was a full character that you didn't care. And her origin is she was, you know, in the Marines during the Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and it got out, and she was dismissed, dishonorably discharged. Like, it became part of the story. Her father was a cop. You know, really good. And then, so then her lost sister became Alice, her biggest supervillain. It's just
Dragon Man.
All the comments died, and nobody has anything to say. I was enjoying all the comments. Anybody have anything to say? Anybody want to join in? Oh, I object to Batwoman as a concept, so I've never read. Yeah,
I'll tell you what, though.
There's Batgirl, but then there's Batwoman. But the art was so good.
That's the thing. You're making a really good point. I don't care how stupid it is. If the artwork looks like that, I might just buy it just for the artwork.
Well, this artwork is some of the best artwork in any comic. It is so, to the point when he left, the comic kind of faltered and died. You know, but I think all of us here agree. Good art will get you to buy the comic, but good writing will keep you on that comic.
That's right.
Know, that had both. As much as I was like, Batwoman, I don't want to get Batwoman. And at the time, I was getting everything by Marvel and everything by DC, so I just bought it out of momentum. But it was really good. This is the comic that got me to quit reading Marvel, believe it or not. And here I am buying the back issues. This Reggie Hudlin and then the Ta-Nehisi Coates run. Just this is pre, you know, political Marvel. You know, what got me was the disregard for continuity. Like Reggie Hudlin, you don't get to rewrite Kirby. Who do you think you are? You know, and you're obviously a tourist, because I don't see you writing comics anymore. Ta-Nehisi Coates, you're obviously a tourist. You lasted 2 or 3 years. You came in, you lifted your leg and peed all over it to give you.
That's what it is.
And then you left. And
this right here is more covert, where they'll bring a guy like that in to like mess with the worlds, the comics, and then you don't realize that he's a left-wing psychopath. And then later on, it's obvious. You know,
and you can't. You're going to edit Ta-Nehisi Coates. You know what I mean? He was famous before he was famous, like before he got into comic. Like Kevin Smith, you're gonna edit Kevin Smith? No, don't do that. All right, then I'll leave. I'm already a millionaire. I don't need these comments. I'm just doing it. I'm doing you a favor.
Right.
Yeah.
This guy here, Joseph Linsner.
Yeah.
This guy can fucking draw like nobody's business.
Yeah. He's
it's kind of like what he does is like a shtick, like a beautiful women, gorgeous the eye thing, and all this stuff. And I'm like, this is still cool, no matter how dumb I think the story might be. I don't even know.
I read 3 issues. This is the 4th and final issue. I don't remember anything.
Oh, really?
But the art is gorgeous.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. They're vaguely fighting. She's the goddess. I never liked Vampira. She's not a vampire. She's from the planet Draculon. I don't know. This is a DMZ by Brian Wood. Brian Wood is one of those original people that got Me Too'd, and they destroyed his career.
Really?
I heard he was kind of an arrogant prick. Never met the guy, so he gets the benefit of the doubt. But this guy could write. He wrote a lot of like historical type comics. He wrote a Viking comic. Why can't I think of the name of the Viking comic? But it was excellent. Northland or Northlanders or something like that.
Yeah.
And then he wrote Colonial Times, Rebels. Excellent. And really? DMZ, this concept is flawed. It's basically Manhattan becomes a demilitarized zone, like after the Civil War. The island of Manhattan, nobody's allowed in, nobody's allowed out. I still don't understand why. I'm into issue 8, and I still don't understand why. And the people inside, it's not like the criminals. It's not like Escape from New York. The people inside are just normal people. So to me, it's one of those high concepts that you just have to you hand wave it. But it's really good. This turtle is going inside to, but also this can't be made today because with drone technology and satellite technology, you know exactly what's going on in Manhattan. You don't need to send in undercover. It's like run Lola run. You can't make that movie anymore because it's a cell phone. What is this? Fantastic Four. Okay. This is Robinson. Big Robinson fan. I love the 90s Starman.
It's a cool cover.
Yeah, and this got canceled to make room for who took over? I think Dan Slott wanted the Fantastic Four, so they canceled this. So they literally just have like they're talking about the adventures that they had that weren't in the comic. Like, remember? It's a shame. And the last but not least, here's a Fantastic Four. So I can't believe I'm missing this many.
What is that thing coming out of her mouth or
her? It's the Invisible Woman. She's making force field blades. Projecting force field blades to kill Skrulls because knives are cool. When you dress like the Hoochie, you don't use force field bubbles to bludgeon people. You use force field blades to just. They're only Skrulls. They're not human.
You know what's funny is that if your comic book, like the Fantastic Four, if it gets to that point, it's almost like you're like, okay, maybe we should call John Byrne back, because at least he can do better than that and come up with better ideas.
It's been my dream job to be the writer on the Fantastic Four. So we're done with this. I don't have any more comics, so I'm just gonna. There we go. We don't need that anymore. So I could get rid of this in front of my face.
There you go.
But that is my back issue bonanza. That is all the back issues. So I'll just keep talking until people tell me to shut up or whatever.
Well, it's getting late for me. I'm probably going to end up taking off.
Okay.
But I would love for you to be on Fantastic Four. That'd be really cool.
I would love, but now I don't want to. You know what I mean? Marvel ruined it. I don't want to work for Marvel now.
What if you had, I'm not saying this is something you should do, but hypothetically, what if down the road you made a book of 4 characters and you did them your way? Right?
Why do you say that? Because issue 6 of Heroic Tales might be the debut of the Force 4. And they're all based on the 4 forces.
That's cool.
electromagnetics, gravity, the strong force, and the weak nuclear force. And they happen to be related. So I don't know.
I don't see what you seem like a really good writer. You have a lot of great ideas, and it's in my mind to be like a no-brainer, right? Because a lot of people like just do one book forever, right? But it sounds like you have a lot of ideas for different things.
Well, like I said, I've been playing these role-playing games. Me and my friends, we play Villains Vigilantes. Matter of fact, we're getting cards made up of for the stretch goal cards on my campaign. Pictures, Renzo drew the picture, and on the back it actually has the Villains Vigilantes stats, so that if you do play Villains Vigilantes, you can use my characters in your game. But I've been playing this game since 1989. This campaign, I've been playing the game since 82. But this particular campaign, this world, I created in 1989. It's now 2025, and I just played last week. So I've literally got, I'm not even joking, I'm over 1,000 NPCs, superheroes, player characters, stories, and it, coming up with it. We used to play every week, so every week I had to come up with a story. So I got, and it got to the point where the superheroes, they started creating their own stories because they knew my world so much. Oh, whatever. This bad guy got away. We got to get him. So they were telling me the adventures, and I had to make it up on the spur of the moment. And
that's awesome.
So I know my world. I got a lot of characters. So when I wanted to do Heroic Tales, I wanted to use all of these NPCs that I created, and I made up. The Patriarch hasn't been in my comic. I mean, in my role-playing game, I made him up for the comic because I just,
you know why I think that makes sense is because now that you have been doing it for so long, you can, now's the chance to make a character that's really boiled down, potent in what he's about and what he can do, So you don't want to, you just don't want to find one in your old script, pile of characters,
Well, there's like two origins of the Patriarch. Is what I was like, what would I want to make up a comic book, and what character would, because I was bitter of the way Marvel was. I was like, what would really piss off all these progressives? I know. And then I was like, the Patriarch. He's he's the representation of the patriarchy, and so I made him to be a spiteful character, and then realized that doesn't last. You know what I mean? A character made out of spite or whatever. Like, I'm going to make this character to own the libs, or I'm going to make this character to piss off the judges. That's funny. And then people move on. Nobody cares about that. So I started what would I was like, Superman's a patriarch. So then he became a Superman ripoff. And I can't do that. I can't make a soup. So I was like, I want to make a character patriarch, but it's everything positive about men and masculinity.
Yeah.
And once so he's a father, he's a husband, he was an EMT, he was a blue collar guy, so I was like, I really cynically thought, like, this is not cynically, but I kind of designed him to be like, this is going to sell. People are going to like this. This is something that's needed,
Sure. So, but too, it's also how you do it. Right? What's the artwork like? What's the stories that you write? It's funny. What makes a book work isn't just the kick-ass design of the one character. It's the story, the artwork, the flow, the whole deal. I know you know this, but I'm just talking out loud.
Yeah.
Right? And it's funny. Like, you're juggling a bunch of different things to make it successful.
Like when I wrote the script, I gave, Brian Bauer read it, Fabrizio Aiello, who does Horse Age Hoover, they read it. RJ from the Fourth Age, his criticism is the best. But my friend read it, who has nothing to do with comics, and almost all of them said the same thing. This is just world building. This isn't a story. And you get mad when you criticism. You're like, you just don't understand my genius. But they were absolutely right. So I streamlined it to the point now where my main criticism, I'm telling you what's wrong with my comic before it even comes out, it's kind of low stakes, because I just wanted you to it's the story's called Daddy's Home. It's the patriarch just trying to get home after a day of superhero, but he can't get home because he's a superhero. This, that's the story. So it's really like, I don't know. I think
in my opinion, because I'm the expert, I'm better than Stanley, right?
Right. Well, in your defense, you have a well-regarded published comic book already, so that counts.
So the way I did it was, the number one priority is what you did, what you say you did, because I haven't read it. Is
Right.
that it's about him and his story, and it's about the reader relating to him.
Right.
Right. And like, once you get that, then everything else in my mind is like a little domino thing.
That's what Brian Bow said. He goes, focus on the character and then tell stories about that character in your world, and then your world building will arise organically. And he's 100% right. So like this, you're going to see some stuff. And I threw in Easter eggs that if you stick with me long enough, you can be like, oh, wow. Like the third page of Heroic Tales already hearkened to this, that, and things like that. I hope people stick around. I hope I make it to tie all those T's and cross the T's, dot the I's. But
well, what I think also is nice is that it sounds like, I know you're already going to the printer, so you're actually going to be able to be somebody that actually produced the book that people bought. Which,
my comic, the schedule was it should be being printed right now, but my colorist's father had a heart attack. And they live in Brazil, so they had to go 200 miles to the specialty hospital. So he was just like, John, I'm nowhere near my art, I'm nowhere near my computer. I was like, dude, your dad's, he had triple bypass, I think he said. I was like, just take care of that. We were ahead of schedule, and to be honest, I don't think anybody's going to be mad. I said I was going to start delivering the comic in October. I was going to deliver it before that. So I added.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? I'm doing the Scotty, Scotty, I need 6 hours. And then he turns like, I really only need 20 minutes. Now he thinks I'm a miracle. So I figured it would be smarter to err on the side of caution. But I'm still ahead of schedule to the point Renzo's, I think he's up to page 7 of issue 2. And I didn't even deliver issue 1 yet. And we're already working on issue 2. And he made a promo poster for issue 3. So,
But it is cool. Maybe I'm sure you noticed this, but there are a lot of people who just like you buy the book and it takes forever to get it, right? And some people disappear, right? And like already the fact that you don't have that luxury because you have a YouTube channel, so you literally have to go. People are going to be paying attention, So, I mean, at some point, either you quit everything and take off, or you finish the book and go on to number 2,
Let me put it this way. My comic only made $5,000. $5,000 doesn't change your life.
Right. Right.
I'm a construction worker. I'm an electrician. I make more than $5,000 in a month. You know what I mean? So we're not talking Eric July money where if I disappeared, they would change my. So if I'm going to piss off, I have over 200 backers. If I'm going to piss off over 200 people for $5,000, that ain't worth it. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what it is though. I think sometimes people have problems out in their real life that makes it impossible to finish it.
It's funny. I already talked to a few people. If I die, I need you guys to finish this comic.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? It's got issue number 1. It's. I'm just waiting for the last couple of colored pages. Then we'll letter it. Bill Williams he'll letter it in a week, and then he found a pre-press guy. We'll do that. How long does that take? And then it's up to the printer. If the printer's like, I could print it tomorrow, I print it in a month. I can't.
When I printed my book, it took about a month to get it, and they were like a typical print shop. I think that was kind of normal turnaround, And so because what happens is they're going to give you a proof, and you're going to look at it, and you're going to possibly go back and adjust colors and stuff, right? So maybe not, but that's what I did.
Yeah.
So I mean, so then you're going to give that back to them, and then they're going to go through the process for another 2 weeks to get it. You know, so it takes the. I'll tell you what. When I was doing my book, I had all the pages laid out in a huge Photoshop file. I could look at them all because I'm a visual person, and I could see them butted up against each other and all that stuff. And so I was like, it felt like it took forever because it took about a year to do it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm like,
you would do it everything yourself. Yeah.
but I laid everything out. I wrote the book with the bubbles laid out roughly. And then I went back and did the black and white, and that took forever. And then I went back and colored it. Right. And so it slowly starts to fill in. And when you're done, dude, it feels so awesome. I mean, Michael Bancroft has got to feel pretty damn good right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and I know the feeling because it's like the undertaking is Mount Everest. You know, and what's nice is that people enjoyed it. You know, and that's you know, and
it was Telepathic Bunny that's raved about your comic. I was like,
he
all
did.
right.
It was super awesome, and I was like, and you know what it was too? It was nice that somebody took the time to say that actually worked because I didn't get a whole lot of feedback after I did it, and you have a big channel, so you might get feedback right away, like, "Hey, this is awesome," right? But
Yeah.
but I'm in a different boat because I'm like, you know, the normal artist guy, you know. So it's like what
I'm giving myself self-imposed limitations too. Like I don't want multi-comic stories because I don't feel it's fair to make you wait 9 months, 10 months, you know, for a comic. I don't know how long it's going to take me to make every issue, you know. So every comic is self-contained. Every comic is going to be understandable if you never bought another comic before, you know. I'm trying to make it as close to like what I consider the best part of Marvel that made me a comic book fan as possible. So
you know what it is too. You know how like we looked at that Linsner guy who had the Vampirella. Okay, there, you know, so he's going to make his best version of what he wants to make, right? And there are people that are going to go, I think Vampirella is weird. I don't get it, right?
Yeah, I don't get Vampirella, but man, that art is outstanding.
and so like at some level, people are going to say, I just don't like apples. I like oranges, you know, and you're like, and you got to filter that when people point out things they like and don't like.
Like I said earlier, you know, what you find attractive is what you find attractive. I can't argue. I like redheads. I don't like blondes. I can't argue with you to make you like blondes. You're gonna like what you're gonna like, you know. And
that's right.
You know, I can't argue into thinking what I like is delicious when you don't like it. So, you know, what you find attractive, what you find delicious, and the art that you like. There's no argument for it, you know.
So when here's a good.
What's his name doesn't like Jackson Pollock. I like Jackson Pollock, but I can't. Why argue with them?
Why argue? There's no point.
I don't like the color blue. You like the color blue. Logic's finest. So
I do think that when people give criticisms, it's important to filter that factor out. Right. And go, so if someone says your story doesn't function because you need to make me care about the character or the plot doesn't seem to pay off in the story, like Ethan did with Air July, right? Where he was making cogent points. Like this is not paying off the way a story should pay off. You know why it should pay off? Because the reader should get that enjoyment, the payoff, right? And in the fun, in the explosive factors of it. So, but that's always one of those things. You always have to just filter that and make sure you understand that if they don't like red, they don't like red, you know.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a little nervous about the criticism, and I'm already anticipating what I think is going to be the biggest because you can't. The way I'm looking at it is Thanos doesn't attack in issue number 1. You know, Thanos attacks an annual number 1 after 12 issues of coming out. So,
right.
You know what I mean? So, my issue number 1 of my comic, the biggest arguments can be it's kind of low stakes. Yeah, because it does, big stakes don't matter if you don't care about the character. I'm trying to make you to like the character first. You know, an introduction. It's the introduction. Issue 2, I already think it's so much better. And issue 3, geez, I think you're going to be biting your nails reading issue number 3. You know,
you might
issue 4, you're going to be, oh my God, this is awesome.
Right.
You know?
Well,
So
you might even find that people, for all you know, people might actually read issue 1 and go, I totally get it. I connect with the character and I'm in.
Oh, I hope so.
And so, but then you start, then the other things are like throwing them off. And you can't, to me, as long as it makes sense for the character, like my story is all about her story, right? It's about her unveiling the truths that she runs into when she's trying to find her family.
Right.
And so, and then I'm sure yours is about in the sense where it's like, for example, if Vampirella shows up in your book in issue 2, people might go, that's kind of weird, right? I don't get it. But beyond that, I know you're not going to do something kooky like that.
It's funny. Somebody asked me, "Oh, would you like to have team ups with other creators' characters?" And I'm like, "No."
Someone asked me that too. Yeah.
I tell you this: Superman is never making an appearance in my comic. You know, or Shadowpunk, or or Coop's character. You know, that not because I have such strict rules that I would need to explain, like like a Savage Dragon met the Ninja Turtles, and they were just like, "Hey, the Ninja Turtles," and then the next issue they never referenced it. That would drive me crazy. There has to be a reason why the Ninja Turtles are in my. But it's almost like Tolkien is not going to have Jon Snow just walk in. Not that I'm comparing myself to Tolkien, but Tolkien made such a world that you like Rings of Power can't just make up characters. Right. And insert them into the story because it's like clockwork. Again, it sounds very arrogant, but like I have like rules. They can't. But at the same time, in my superhero world, they watch cartoons of Wolf and Batsy and Horace H. Hoover. So,
so you're already doing it slightly in a slightest kind of way.
You could see in if you go to the campaign page. On the last page that's available for free on a Kickstarter and Fund My Comic, there's 2 little kids. One of them has a Wolfie action figure and one of them has a Batsy action figure.
Okay.
I asked Brian Bow, he thought that was cute. So that's my way of having crossovers, And there's a superhero fight, and one of the places that gets wrecked is Dollar Store Gyms. It says it on the awning. That's Tonic Mole. He put up a picture of himself, and somebody insulted him, said, you're just a dollar store Jim Morrison.
Oh, okay.
He goes, I'll take it. So I thought it was funny. So this dollar store Jim's, and I want to write a scene where that place gets robbed, the patriarchs, and it's Tonic Mole and his wife Honey.
Cool.
That's how I'll have crossover.
And you know what it is? A lot of people, some people might not even see it, right? And some people go, bang, that's awesome.
Yeah.
If you put that cool stuff in there and a side note, right? That's really like people might love that.
There's one story that because family is a big deal. I don't know exactly what issue this is going to be, but it's going to be the patriarch comes home and plays Dungeons and Dragons with his kids. So
cool.
It's going to be the kids playing, and then you'll see them in knight armor with minotaurs, and you know what I mean, and
cool
total fantasy stuff, and then like it'll go back to normal as the kids are fighting. Why you did that? You didn't, because the kids fight. I can't wait to do stuff like that. See,
is it
like how the X-Men have that? They all play ball.
Yeah.
So it's going to be that one issue where they're playing, but then you're going to get caught up in the drama of will he fight the Minotaur, and they getting hurt and stuff. So
you know what it reminds me of a little bit. And by the way, I don't associate your character at all with Superman. I know you kind of in your brain think it is in some kind of. I don't. When I saw it, I did not think that at all. But just as a good example is when because it's so well done in Superman and Lois Lane. To me, that's so well done where you go, wow, the normal woman is talking to the most powerful guy on the planet and they're hanging out and he's worried about what she thinks. And Jimmy Olsen, bumbles around and he chooses. And like, that's the thing with him playing D&D with his kids, where you go, this guy is so powerful and this is so important because it's mundane.
Yeah. That's going to be a part of it is his interaction with the family. Also, I'm trying to pick my words because I don't want to give spoilers, but they don't live near anybody. Like it's like without the ability to fly or like what, it's hard to get to where they live because they're supervillains,
right?
So and his identity is public. He doesn't wear a mask. Issue 4 is going to have his origin, or issue 3 is going to have his origin, and his powers manifested in public. People had cell phones already, so his family is not in hiding, but it's not easy. So they homeschool. They grow their own food. The less interact, and that is going to cause a problem.
That's
because
cool.
the oldest son is 19. I don't know what issue it's going to be, but he's like, Dad, I want to go to college. Like, and the father's like, well, the patriarch loves his kid. He's a great dad, but he's like, you go into college, I'm public. People, I got villains who've gone after me and stuff like that. So the kid goes, so I'm a prisoner. You know what I mean?
Right,
and what does dad say to his son? And that is going to cause problems.
The real life ramifications.
You know what I mean? So, hey, Pity Ma's here. So I don't know. Because people have already said, okay, so he's got the perfect wife, he's got the perfect kids and stuff like that. Where's the drama? It's like, you don't think family drama is going to happen? I got 7 brothers and sisters. There's freaking fight time. You know what I mean?
Yes. Wow. Okay, that's a big family.
And one of the things I wanted to play with is you've seen like the spirit. Girls always throwing themselves at the spirit, and the spirit was like running away and hanging out with Ebony, which is a little weird, but and then Captain Marvel, Shazam, the girls were all throwing themselves at him, but he was like an 11-year-old boy, and
he doesn't get it, right?
And Plastic Man, same thing. So I like that trope of the women always going after. So the patriarch is supposed to be, he's like the gray fox. All the women love him. He's a good looking.
He's a stud.
And he works out because he needs to work out because he doesn't have any enhanced physical attributes. His powers are all mental. You know what I mean? So he needs to work out. He needs to stay in shape. He's 45 years old. So at the time of this, his origin, he's a lot younger, obviously. So naturally women like him, and he flirts and he leaves because he's happily married. So I like that trope of the women like him, but he has a reason that makes sense why he doesn't do it, because he's not a cad. He's loyal to his wife. So
you know what? Let me ask you this, because it sounds really cool. When you watched The Incredibles, did you like it a lot?
That was the best Fantastic Four movie ever made.
It works
Incredibles movie
so well.
The first Incredibles movie is the best superhero movie ever made. The second Incredibles movie is so disappointing. There's so many problems with the second movie.
Well, you know what? In my opinion, I wouldn't say it was that bad. But the reason why the first one, in my mind, works so well is because the dynamic between Mr. Fantastic and his family, and he had a struggle like us, right? Because he couldn't be a superhero. All that stuff, that angst he had, was so well conceived. And people relate to it. Boom, he's not living in a high rise somewhere. He's got an asshole boss, right?
Yeah, and that so he can crush, but he can't. Yeah.
And the second one was, it didn't. I mean, like, let's just say that hit the bullseye. The second one didn't actually hit the bullseye. I don't know why, but it didn't relate.
The first one was so good that it had so much to live up to that it was unrealistic for it
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, there's parts of it that I really liked, but the political message, the biggest problem is that scene with I forget her name, but she had the green hair, and Elastigirl and her are teaming up and they're doing cool stuff.
Oh yeah, Void was her name. Void.
Yeah, cool powers and everything, but that should have been Violet. That should have been mom and daughter having a girl boss moment. But I definitely think they were like, no, it's not about family. It's about girl boss. It's about girls. Why did Void have this heroic moment? Who the hell is she? That should have been Violet, and that scene bothered. There's a couple other things that bothered me, but
well, it's kind of tricky how they also do it where, by the end of the movie, they kind of dispel this woman going back to work thing because it becomes a family thing again, right? But in reality, so subconsciously, that's what the movie's about.
Right.
Women are bringing home the coffee,
like Mr. Griffin, the bumbling dad, and that
bumbling dad,
and that's one of the reasons why I think the patriarch is important.
Yeah,
and I joke that Netflix will sign it, and the patriarch will be played by Nell Carter or something like that.
Oh, totally, dude. They're the worst example.
I'll be so rich. I'll have a red stripe in my hair. Oh yeah, I can see what they're going for. You bigot.
Totally. The worst example I've ever sine in any movie, TV series was. Did you watch the Vikings?
No.
Okay,
I actually bought the first season on DVD, and then I saw that they have a black woman Jarl.
Okay.
And I'm like, yes. I'm done. I have no tolerance for that stuff.
Okay. The first has nothing to do with it at all. It's the black woman, which is the worst example I've ever seen in my life. That's 100 years later in a different TV show.
Okay. I thought it was the same show.
It wasn't. And so in the Vikings, it is awesome the way that they do, especially the first two seasons. And by the way, maybe up until the point where it's fucking worth watching. And it isn't. What they do really well, in my opinion, is they capture the way a Scandinavian would look at things. Right? So, for example, a raven shows up and the main character is in a time of stress, right? You might look at the raven, you and I would go, it's a fucking bird, right? He looks at the raven, he thinks that's Odin's raven, and he's staring at the eyes of the raven. And the way they do it isn't hokey at all. Yeah. It's the way a person would go, that's Odin. And it's like they do a lot of things like that where they understand that perception is reality for some people. For all of us,
they're still mythopoetic thinkers at that point,
It's so good. And the guy they got to play Ragnar, the main guy, is 1 in a million.
Okay, so I'll watch my DVD of the first season or in my box set of the first season.
So,
like I said, I've been burnt so many times. I've adopted a zero tolerance, and it goes both ways. Like if I'm watching a movie about Shaka Zulu, I don't want to see Sean Wallace playing Shaka Zulu. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
If you're gonna make a historical, bend over backwards to make it as historical as possible. Like, so, there's no black people in medieval Poland. So the Witcher is supposed to be medieval Poland.
Right. So I'm not going to.
If you like it so much, don't change it. And if you want to change it, make something else.
So I'm not going to spoil anything for you. Okay, a zero spoil here, 0. But the Viking series ended. The one that you bought, it has 6 seasons, and that's it. Okay. So it's okay. You know how Vikings believe that Ragnarok is going to come. Right. And the world will be reborn again, right? They think it's a cyclical thing, right? So after watching the show, what I was thinking would have been really cool is if some character at the end of the show was going down the river or whatever, and he sees somebody that looks like Ragnar and his wife and his 2 kids Not exactly, but they're also living in a hut, a home that looks just like theirs, and the thing starts. It almost makes you feel like that Ragnarok feel. I was like, they should have done something like that. And it's hard to relate because you haven't seen it. But if you, I'll tell you. Well, I'll tell you something. Let me tell you. If you watch only one season and you don't like it, then turn it off.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for you. If you don't like it, one episode.
Odin is my favorite fictional character, so I wanted to watch Vikings, and I will tell you, I have an Odin story. It's a superhero world, so of course the gods exist in some form or another. In some form or another, the pagan gods exist, and Odin. I have a story where Odin is trying to break the Ragnarok cycle. So that's all. That's all I'm going to spoil about that.
That's cool. That's cool.
Can't wait to do that story, and it's going to be nothing like you expect, and to the point,
which is good.
If I do it half as good as I imagine it'll be an important story. That's here I am flattering myself when I'm already anticipating the criticism for my first issue. My first issue, people,
sounds cool.
Not that nothing happened, but like the stakes were low. Yeah, I know. It's dipping your toes in. Let me build. It's like a doorstop. You got to start here, and then you're gonna. But issue 10, when the team forms, oh my God, I'm doing the Avengers. You're gonna meet the patriarch. Next issue, you're gonna meet Mary Sue. Mary Sue she's the perfect woman. She's absolutely perfect, and but perfect is subjective. So she's her grandmother. Yeah, perfect is not what I think is perfect.
Well, let me ask you this:
describe the perfect woman? I'm like, yeah, sure. She's pretty good. But when I describe the perfect woman, Heroenberg is going to disagree with, and Dale, and
sure,
you know what I mean, and Logic's finest. So perfect is subjective. So she's perfect in the eyes of her grandmother.
I got you.
So she's right. a woman who escaped Mao Zedong in China. Roman Catholic, left religious persecutions, moved to Flushing. Her granddaughter is now perfect. So
wow.
What does that mean? That means she got teased in college because she was a good student. She wasn't sleeping around. She wasn't drinking. She wasn't partying, and then she gets superpowers, and the superpowers, she can control probabilities like the Scarlet Witch. But if she controls probabilities, there's ripples in the butterfly effect. So the first time powers, I don't want to spoil it, but she does something major, but she doesn't know she's doing it because she doesn't, you know what I mean? Like the first time she gets powers, it's not like, oh, maybe I have powers to change reality. So she does it because that's her heart's desire. And then she realizes, oh my God, I just effed up.
I really like that idea.
I made it so much work. So now she has ultimate powers, but she doesn't want to use it because as smart as she is, she's going to be the Reed Richards. Like she's the most intelligent hero. Even she can't figure out all the ripples and ramifications. So she doesn't. There's going to be time when people are like, use your powers, and she's like, no. You got to use your. You know what I mean? That's how bad her powers are. Not bad.
I really like this conception that you came up with for this character because, that's an excellent point. Like, what if when you do have hex powers or whatever Scarlet Witch does, what if there are ripple effects because you're jacking up with stuff, right?
Right. Well, let me put it this way: if she's fighting, Shadowpunk in a basketball court, and she uses the probability to make the netting fall down off the roof, what are the ripples on it? So she'll do stuff like that. Otherwise, she's got to have superpowers. It's a superhero. So the robots are coming and, she'll use the hex powers and all of a sudden the sprinklers go on.
Yeah.
And they short up.
Right.
I'm talking she could alter, like she could change,
world history.
The assassination, but let's say today Trump just got shot. She was there. She could. Now what happens? That guy doesn't get caught. He plans something. Oh, he's just like, he gets spooked. So he leaves.
Right.
So then he gets set up. 2 weeks later, he had a better shot and he takes it and actually succeeds.
Right.
Because she's her power. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. But
I love it.
If if she was like, oh my God, that guy, and she used a probability, and then a bird hit him in the head and he screamed, and then the Secret Service found him, what are the ripple? So that's what I'm talking about. She has
Really
kind
cool.
of, two in V&V, the way I write it, she has two different powers. So, the one power it's just like she could cause you to slip on a banana peel and fall down and stuff like that. So she could use powers in a combat. She also has heightened intelligence, but
I love it, man. It sounds so cool, and I love the way that you. I like it. There's negative aspects to powers.
Yeah, well, like the patriarch. I don't want to give away his weakness, but like the guy in the first issue says, "You're a fraud. I've got you figured." Like as he's being taken away, I don't think it's too much of a spoil to tell you he beats the villain, but you know what I mean. So the second appearance of the main villain is going to be, he knows exactly what he has to do to beat the patriarch.
Oh.
His power's pretty. I love Marvel weaknesses. Like you figured out what the, like you know how to, like yellow. The color yellow isn't going to defeat the patriarch, but like the way I'm trying to be logical with the powers. In issue 3, I'm going to introduce the Batman type character, the street level vigilante. And he's not the Bat God. He can't take out 25 people. He's more like the Aparo level Batman, but he's the anti-patriarch, because the patriarch is my Superman type guy. Even though his powers are vastly different, he's vastly weaker than Superman. Otherwise, that's boring. This Batman character he's dirt poor. He's everything up, and so he's the anti-patriarch. I will spoil this. Just imagine you're a street level vigilante and you're going through a horrible divorce.
That's awful.
Yeah. So he's the anti-patriarch. He took his family for granted, whereas the patriarch, the family comes first. So he I'm not telling you his name on purpose, because every time I tell people the name of this character, another comic comes out with this guy's name. He was originally the Raven, because I love Odin, and then I changed it to the Rook, and then Jeff Johns came out with a comic called. So I'm not telling anybody the name until it's on a comic, but he's an undercover cop, and he's infiltrating the mafia, like Donnie Brasco. He can't just disappear and go home. Once you get yourself into a position of authority in the mafia, they need. So he told him he's single. He has his address. He has his phone. So he calls his family on a payphone every once in a while, and they call him on a. So the phone rings. He picks it up. But it's also he does his bookie stuff from the same phone. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's doing this. And then the phone rings, and his wife is like, "I'm getting a divorce. It's over." You know what I mean? He can't call her back because he's being watched. So what do? You beat the crap out of a criminal. And then that night he goes and they're having dinner, and he hears the plan. I could give that guy up. That guy's not important. So then he tips off the police. This guy did this guy did that. That guy gets arrested. So then he goes back to the dinner. That guy who was just arrested, he goes, "Yeah, the freaking pigs picked me. I got pinched. I got the lawyer out there. 6 hours, I'm out again. Yeah, pass the spaghetti." So he's just like, "What am I doing? Nobody's even going to jail. Nobody's even." So he gets that phone call. He puts on a costume, and then he just bursts into that guy's apartment and gives him a curb job. He's like, "All right, you ain't going to jail, but you ain't committing crimes anymore because you're crippled for life." You know what I mean? So
wow.
That's how he takes care of it. And then he takes off the costume, shows back up. Hey, what happened to Frankie? Some lunatic put him in the hospital. What they say, he's never going to walk again. Oh my God.
Right.
We got to, and then next thing you know, so he's not even pretending to arrest people or anything like that. And like, again, if 13
he's
guys,
a real vigilante.
Yeah. He's losing it. He's losing it.
Right.
Like, now I don't even I have to give half my pension to this woman. She's leaving me. He's losing it. And then again, what happens when Batman and Superman team up for the first time?
I don't know what you mean.
They always fight when superhero. So issue 4,
right? They clash.
And the reason why they're fighting, makes sense. It's not
Sure.
just like, whoops, we both showed up at the bank at the same
No,
time.
yeah, they're different people. They do
There's a
different things
reason,
differently.
and I hope when you read this, you're going to be like, oh my God, these are real stakes. I know the first issue, and I know I'm the worst salesman in the world telling you that the stakes are low in the first issue. I know that it's kind of on purpose, so that by the time you get to the third issue, you're going to be like, they have to fight. They have to fight. And one of these guys, and not only do they have to fight, but it's like both of them are kind of right. But I don't know who I'm rooting for. I'm trying not to.
You know what's funny about this is that for a guy that has so many rules about the way he likes to watch TV shows and read books, you're telling an awful lot about what's going to already happen in your books already.
Yeah, but I'm not giving you the details, and that's the important.
Okay, yeah. I guess that counts. I mean,
and then
funny.
Issue 4. Issue 5. If you're not crying by the end of issue 5, either I'm a terrible writer or you have no heart. So I already told my niece the story, and she started crying. She goes, I can't get at you.
Well, that's cool though.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to tell that story. And I kind of hinted at it to Rini on Rini Draws, and she was like, I think I'm mad at you already.
Man, she's good. I like Rini's artwork.
Some person, how you doing? Yeah, Pity Ma, thank you. I can't wait to share them with you. I wish I could get into like a time accelerator, and that takes so long to make these comics.
Everything has its own time.
Yeah.
If you rush it, it ruins it.
You rush it, it ruins it. And I learned a lot in the first issue. Like,
big time.
It's expensive to get legendary comic creators to do variant covers. So I'm toning that down for issue number 2. It as much as Pat Broderick, Michael T. Gilbert, Mike Gustovich, Renzo, is my buddy. You know what I mean? He's the artist, so I don't consider that an expense. That's just what has to be done. But Michael T. Gilbert, Pat Broderick, and Mike Gustovich. Let's just say I made $5,000. I didn't even cover expenses yet.
Totally. That's how it is.
And it's so. And not only did I not cover expenses, I got to mail this to you guys. So
yeah. Yes. Do you know about Pirate Ship?
Yes.
Okay, just to double check, because I did mine a different way and I spent too much money.
Pirate Ship is the way you think.
I'm not an expert on this kind of stuff. I'm just an artist, right? But from what I understand, that's the best option I've heard of.
Yeah, a lot of people recommended. I wanted to use RJ from Critical Blast, but at this point, it's just another expense.
Totally.
You know what I mean? And
you've only got 200 books or something. I mean, that's a lot, but it's not like you have.
I got I think 204 backers between both platforms. But a lot of them got multiple books. Like my work partner ordered 7 copies. Because he.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? So I could hand deliver them and save the money on shipping, things like that. But I can't afford to film it. The way things are going right now, I can't afford to fulfill it. So I have to do it myself. I have to cut expense. So issue number 2, it's just my team. It's Daniel, my colorist. It's Renzo, the artist, and Bill, the letterer. That's it. I'm not doing anything crazy. I would like to make these coins again. I made.
It's cool.
Look how cool that is.
It is cool.
And I'd like to do that again, but
it's a tricky business, and what you don't want to.
Big old bag of them right here.
Some of those are mine.
What's that?
Some of those are going to be mine.
Oh,
cool. I think I got them when I bought the book.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but it's really easy to fall into that thing where you want to do a bunch of extra stuff and spend more money and give it to people.
Yeah, guys, I got a box of pint glasses in the garage.
Those are cool.
I was going to make a pint glass for every character, but Mary Sue doesn't need a beer glass. It doesn't fit her character, but it fits a dad. But I do want to make these coins because I'll bring up Mary Sue. I'll show you. Have you seen what she looks like?
No.
Okay, I'm just keep talking while I look for.
I like those. By the way, those beer glasses make me want to drink a beer right now.
Yeah, it's
and
funny.
I'm not even like a
I did a
drinker.
stream where I was drinking a beer out of. Look how good, makes the beer delicious.
Did you ever read Batman Year 100?
Not Year 100, no.
Paul Pope did a series of 4 issues of Batman Year 100, and it's like the city's way worse. It's all decrepit and broken down, and Batman is like a quasi villain against the state of Gotham, the city of Gotham, and the artwork is unbelievable. And he's got and you should check. I know you got a zillion books, but even just go online and look at the artwork, right? That alone is worth.
Yeah, I know Paul Pope. I got a bunch of Paul Pope comics.
Yeah, he did Batman, and it's probably one of my favorite Batman books ever. Because he's so unique, the way he draws stuff, right?
Nobody draws like him. I have to agree.
It's a very compelling style, right? Yeah, I'm a big fan of his. I used to own two of the pages, and I sold them.
I can't get into the original artwork rabbit hole. I'll never stop.
You'll never stop.
Yeah,
you will be.
I gotta get that Kirby page. We're talking thousands of dollars. I can't afford it. If I ever win the lottery, I would love to open up an original art comic museum. But until that day, it'll be like a drug that I can't.
It really, the thing is though, it's also is that if you did it 20 years ago, you might get away with it.
I know.
Now it's become so expensive, right? You're talking, for a badly drawn inked page of a comic no one likes is $200, right?
Wine glass, yeah. Don't get me. They're all good ideas. Like Cecil has a whiskey flask, but that fits his character. So this is the symbol for Mary Sue.
Okay.
And I would love to put that on a coin. Heroic Tales on one side, and then that on the other. This Norse Foundry, though, they take forever. So if I want to do this, I got to start doing it now. But Mary Sue is a nerd, like I told you, her family fled China for the Maoist revolution. They were Roman Catholics. They didn't want to end up in concentration camp. People forget that there's 25 million people died, religious persecution, forced starvation. So their family fled. They come, whatever. Long story short, she goes to college and she's teased. So she finds a group of other scientists that are also Christian. They call themselves the St. Thomas Society. And this is their symbol because St. Thomas was the saint that needed to see the wounds in Jesus's hands.
Yeah, he puts his finger in the hole in his wound.
This is this. I designed this. I was like, Renzo could, I described it to him. He drew it. So it's the eyes and the hands, and that's what they wear. That's the nerd.
Wow.
So that becomes her.
I like it.
She wears it when she goes on the job interview when everything happens and everything. She gets the powers. So that becomes her costume, her symbol of the costume. Like I said, there has to be, each superhero in my world has to have a symbol because the symbol is also a focus. It's actually, like kind of like a thing in magic. You don't let other magicians know your name. Like if you know how, you could mess up a superhero by messing with this symbol. It's part of this. So superheroes without symbols won't like be as crisp. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but Confucius had a saying that symbols rule the world.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And the reason why I think he said it was because in a symbol you can put any ideas you want, and it's all wrapped up into something so easy, bad or good, right? That you could go, this is what we're going to convince you of today, right? Like that's like Captain America. So the Captain America symbol behind the shield, that's a good example.
Great. Yeah, I love like they're the representations of the superhero, like just like the name, and then of course the other component is the costume. You know, that's my triangle theory.
It's funny. It's so hard to design a compelling character that hasn't been done before, right? And it's easy to. I see a lot of people in CG that have some really amazing, well-designed characters, and some of them are not so well, And the name is a big factor too.
So this is Mary Sue.
I did see this, right?
So you could that's a costume design.
I love it, and it makes more sense.
It's
now
simple
what's that?
It's simple and elegant. The least amount of lines as possible.
But now that you told me the backstory, now I get it.
And I gave her the scar because I'm trying to play with the idea of a Mary Sue. A Mary Sues are perfect and they never suffer and they solve everything. This poor girl, I feel bad. If there's another dimension where fictional characters are real, she hates me because she's this poor girl. Like her and the spirit are going to go through so much trauma. The patriarch does too, but let's face it, nobody gives a crap if a man goes through trauma. But a cute little Asian girl going through trauma.
Right. When you conceived the book, was one of the side things that you did you want to piss people off that were like SJWs or something? Where they would read your patriarch and they would read that and they would go, this is bullshit. Because it's opposite of what they think, right?
Yeah. Again, what's funny? Pete Semetti said, please don't make a character called Mary Sue.
Well, I think you pulled it off.
I was like, no. When I was telling him the concept, he was like making faces like, oh no, but I know. It's funny. My friend Cam said, I hate her already. I'm like, you're not gonna hate. You're not supposed to hate her. I'm not. I don't.
Oh yeah.
Made to own the libs or a character made to own the chads. Is doomed for failure or doomed for irrelevance. It's also like making a character like I'm gonna make the Hawk 2 a girl. How long is that character going to be relevant? You know what I mean? I'm going to make she's got wings like a hawk. You know what I mean?
You know what?
You get good 6 months out of it.
Let me say this though. If you intentionally do it for that purpose, you might just not. You might be exactly what you described. But if you make your character well crafted enough and boiled down enough, where they will really get pissed off because it strikes a nerve. Right. And you can do that, but it's so difficult to do.
Yeah. I like a topical character, like Action Trump, battling Biden.
Right.
Here's a sneak peek. Here's a cover to
I like that.
Issue 2. This is going to be the cover.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'm trying to see if I can make it bigger. Apparently I can't make it bigger, but here's the black and white cover to issue 2.
The Kirby
we're actually working forward, so you can see little story hints. I love that. I like the cover to actually happen in the comic. Like, all right, spoiler: there's a monster in the comic. Spoiler: she has other scientist friends. But there's a firefighter. What does that mean? You'll find out when you read.
The Kirby Crackle that separates the different story elements is totally old school.
Oh, and it's funny. Right? In the script, it's Kirby Crackle. Like I was specific.
Course, yeah.
It's Kirby Crackle. Yeah.
Because it's almost like they came up with this type of cover dynamic because it's action packed, right? There's so many kick-ass elements in this thing you don't even believe it, and we got to put them all on the cover, right? And they came up with that just to catch people's attention,
I let Renzo do whatever he wants on the cover. The only thing I'd say is like it has to have something to do with the comic. I don't want Mary Sue in a spaceship blowing up the Death Star when it has nothing to do with the comic book. You know what I mean? So
right.
So he he obviously read the script, he's drawing it, and he goes, let's do the cover so we could get that colored, and then you could do some promo. And he said, how about I do Kirby Crackle and I'll separate a couple of the scenes, and he specifically mentioned, I forget what issue of the Fantastic Four. And I was like, oh my God, that's brilliant. So he came up with the cover concept, just like he came up with the cover concept for issue number 1.
Mm.
Wait, I thought every unit had only one good scientist. Well, there's a couple of good scientists. Oh, I almost just gave a spoiler. I can't give this name, but there's a scientific superhero in the 40s who formed the 40s team, who's science based. And oh my God. And I made him, he was actually a player character, and I don't want to give away his name because it's just so good, but he's going to fight an electric based villain because when Alpha Core came out, I got Alpha Core, and they fought an electrical based villain. I can't remember the name of the character, and they shot water at him, and he short circuited, and that's how they defeated him. Well, I wrote a letter to Chuck Dixon. That's not how you defeat an electrical based villain. I know Steve Ditko and Jack Kirby and Stan Lee did it, but I said, trust me, I'm an electrician. If you're barefoot on the ground, I said, electricity travels in a circle. That's why they call it a circuit. And what electricity is always trying to do is to get to ground. So if I shoot a lightning bolt, eventually the lightning bolt will hit something. That something's grounded. The electricity travels to the ground. The circuit is now complete because you're touching the ground. The circuit is now complete. A short circuit is when the electricity goes a different path than you intended. So I'm plugging in the lamp. One wire carries the electricity to the lamp. The other wire carries the electricity back to the source. It's a circle, even though it's that's why a wire has two sections in it. One's there, the feed and the line in the feed. So anyway, if the electricity goes a different path, boom, the light goes on fire. It's a short circuit. There is no shorter circuit than bare feet on the ground.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that character is already short-circuited. So squirting water on him and making hose, what it does is it electrifies all the water. So everybody standing near that electrical guy should have gotten shocked to death.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So the smart guy in Alpha Core should have been like, don't shoot him with the hose. So Chuck Dix, I was hoping he would talk about that on his weekly show. He never brought it up. I don't know if he thought I was being mean because of all this Eric July stuff, but I meant it in the best spirits possible. I love Chuck Dixon.
Yeah, you know what? He doesn't want to hear that.
It probably is like, I don't know.
You are 100% correct. The fact that because you're an electrician is more, that makes it even worse, right? Because now, like, he can't even argue with you, right? It's impossible. You're like, there's no point. So, like, if I brought it up, he'd be like, dude doesn't know what he's talking about.
So I have the story set in the 40s with the origin of the science-based superhero and this electrical-based, and I'm not giving any names because I know the names will get stolen. But he goes to shoot people, and his sidekick takes a hose, and he stopped. No, don't, because they're in a crowd. Don't. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm going to short circuit him. No, he's already grounded. He's just going to let. So I can't believe I'm going to spoil it. He takes the hose and he wraps his fists up with the hose because the hose is a rubber hose. And that's how he's going to beat the electrical guy.
There was a Spider-Man. I'm sure they did it multiple times, but there was one where Electro is trying to shoot him, and Spider-Man realizes that if he's in the air, he's good.
But he's not grounded.
But the second he's grounded on the ground, he's doomed. And it's one of those cool things where kids learn something.
Right.
Right. And it's like,
if you're in a car, they tell you get in a car in a lightning storm because the rubber tires insulate you and you're not grounded.
Right.
And I was on with Vaughn Coleman and I was telling the story because his main character is Galvanite. He's an electrical based, and he was looking at me and I go, yeah. So if you're shooting a lightning bolt at a flying character,
yeah,
and nothing should happen because they're not
It's why airplanes get struck by lightning all the time and don't go down.
right. So you could see his face. Like, I wonder if he went and changed stuff. So he actually private messaged me. Can I consult you about electrical stuff? I was like, absolutely. You know, I want to help. I want to help. So yes, Zach 10. So electrical powered people need to wear rubber shoes so the electricity has to travel up. Right. Their costumes need to be insulated because if they go to shoot a lightning bolt, according to physics, the energy would just go out of their feet into the ground. Boom, short circuit. So there'd just be a spark and maybe some smoke. But of course, we got to have some breaking of the rules of physics too. So I will say, for the sake of superpower, you can shoot a lightning bolt even if you're barefoot on the ground, because otherwise there's no comic book. But if you spray water, I don't care what you say. If he jumps into a pool, he's not short circuited. He's already touching the ground. He's already got. So he obviously has power of where so he's just going to electrify the water, kill all the fish, kill all the swimmers. And there you go. That's you can't, yeah. So you already know around issue 7 how the hero is going to beat the villain. I'm terrible at this. I'm terrible.
How many times are you going to say, I'm not going to say it, but then you say it?
Zach 10, yeah, I know. I've been talking for 3. Fun stream, got to prep for tomorrow morning. Yeah, me too. I got to wake up at 9 to prepare for Sunday comics.
Yeah, I got to get going too.
This is a good point. This is a natural point to end it. So there you go.
It's like 1 a.m. there.
Yeah, 3.5 hours. Jeez. Well, I first off, I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank 72 people watching. I heard the news today, and I don't want to talk about the news, but it got me a little anxious in a bad sorts. So DC Miller always shows up just as I'm leaving. I'm sorry, DC Miller. He works nights. I'm sorry. Well, you can go back from the beginning and watch. But sorry, DC Miller. DC Miller, when I was on furlough for 6 weeks when I had my surgery, it was him and I playing games. You know, I would play a solo, and he would just be the guy in the chat talking to me. It was really pleasant, actually, because I would be up to like 5 in the morning. If I don't have to work, I'm up till 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm one of these.
Really?
Yeah. But so anyway, I just wanted, like, honey, I'm going to go live and talk about comic books just to, keep my mind off the wicked world. So Thank you, everybody. I still can't believe 72 people listening to me and you babble about comics. Did you have everybody? I hope you had fun. You stayed here for 3.5 hours. But
you talking about me?
No, I'm saying just 72 people watching. I'm like amazed that I remember when I started this out, I had no views.
Really?
People watch my earliest videos. They still only have like 5 or 6 views.
That's how it is, though. That's how it is.
Yeah. So I've been talking a lot. Anything you want to say before we?
No, I just I can't wait to get your book. It sounds awesome.
Thank you. I can't wait.
I want it now.
Me too. I wish I could give it to you now. I talked with Scott Bizarre, the owner of the game Villains Vigilantes, and he gave me his blessing to use his stats and everything.
That's right.
So around issues, he goes, when you got like 6 issues under your belt, he goes, maybe we'll make like a resource for Villains Vigilantes. I was like, oh my God. Can you imagine my characters drawn by Renzo with all my stats in a module or a resource for Villains Vigilantes? So that's something I would like to do. And then that also gave me the idea of like maybe my own Heroic Tales role-playing game at some point, because Villains Vigilantes was created in 1982, and it's a little long in the tooth. Role-playing games came up with better mechanisms since then. So
that's
arrogant enough that I think I could work on that. I was already talking with Dennis Turner. Maybe he could help me. But anyway, I'm babbling now. I'm getting real sleepy, and I realize I still didn't even eat dinner yet. So
yikes.
Yeah. Where do you live?
I live in Arkansas.
Okay.
I live outside. It's probably 40 minutes outside of Memphis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, was it 12 there or 1?
It's 12. Yeah, but it's different. When I grew up in Michigan, and it was not nearly as hot. Michigan, I could almost never use my AC sometimes in the summer, Now it's like 98 and it's so humid. I've never been through anything like this. And
It's like a
luckily,
swamp. Oh my god! I work outside. How's that for a farmer's tan?
right.
I'm outside in the direct sunlight all day, and I come home. I have a routine. I come home. I take my shower. I turn on the coffee pot. I sit in this chair and I open up my mail. And by the time the coffee's done, and I'm like, I don't want to do anything. I just turn into a blob. So
That's
I
how
just
it is.
like that's why I made tonight's video, because I just been taking comics, throwing them in the back room. Whenever I show a picture of my comic book room, I show that nice clean picture. Right now, there's comics all over the floor. There's boxes in disarray, because I'm like, the last thing I want to do is, comic boxes are heavy. I don't want to lift them after being out in the sun all day long. It's just draining.
Too much.
And today I had every intentions of doing it. I actually took everything out, and then I saw the news, and I'm like, I got to distract myself.
Well, let me give you some advice. Don't let that kind of stuff rattle you, because
it's hard not to. You know what I mean? but yeah, I hear what you say.
Trust me, it isn't what you think it is, and it's not going to change anything. So,
yeah. Oh, William Gazka. I hope I pronounced your name right. First of all, thank you for coming. I've never seen your name before. I love seeing new names. Thank you so much. I just joined, brother. Another person who just joined us just as we're leaving. We're closing up shop for the night. I've worn a long sleeve for 9 months, so I'm finally leveling out the farmer's tan. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. It'll happen.
Yeah. I can't stand sunburns. I definitely believe that I was a undiagnosed like ADD or autistic child, and my niece was diagnosed autistic, and they said a lot of people just grow out of it. So I don't know if it was a false diagnosis, but I was the kid that would sit there and rock back and forth.
Oh, really?
And I would take notes and like meticulously write notes. And the notes had to match the format, and I'd start over again.
Really?
The tags on my shirt would drive me crazy. Like my mom would put on a T-shirt, and I'd be like paralyzed until she removed the tag. You know what I mean? Just weird things. Like I took all my toys and I organized them, put them in the box. Like I the same way every time. I ate my lunch the same way.
Right.
So one of the things is I can't stand lotion on my skin. I still can't. So I will never put suntan lotion on my skin. It drives me crazy.
Really?
My wife threatens, like, because my wife is like the whitest of white people. She's Ukrainian and Irish. She's as white as a sheet of paper.
Wow.
So she's always slathering crap all over herself because sunburns hurt. So I'm like, I can't stand sunburns, and I can't stand suntan lotion. So I'm like, I'm doomed. It doesn't matter what I do. Like, and it's funny because people are like, hey, my wife's name's Eleanor. Hey, you guys, John, Eleanor, let's go to the beach. We're both like, F you. There's no way I'm on the beach, because then that's the worst case scenario, because then I'm getting sand on me.
I've never heard of anybody that doesn't like lotion on the skin. You're the one person ever.
Man, because I can't stand it. It drives me crazy. Like, and the worst is the spray. That's the spray. Something I'm like walking around like a little kid, a little baby. But it's getting so bad. The point of the story is it's getting so bad here that I'm probably going to be doing it. We have they give suntan lotion and spray at work as a safety precaution.
What happens to you in the winter? Like if your skin gets super dry?
I guess I'm a greasy Italian. It's never happened.
Oh, well, that's awesome. I mean, that's a great problem to have, actually. I mean,
yeah.
It sounds actually. Oh,
lotion is evil. There you go. Now you met two people. I can't stand it.
Yeah, there are things I'm like that about that too. Not the lotion, but other things. So I can sympathize.
Yeah. If the choice is, I'll put the lotion on the skin or I get the hose, I'm getting the hose.
right. Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
But I could babble. I'm at the point where I'm babbling, and I'm probably going to start spoiling my comics even further. So you could tell my hair's. My wife says that you could tell how sleepy I am by how crazy my hair gets.
Right.
So it's getting crazy. I really don't want to shut off because we got 74 people watching and 2 people just joined, but I got to 10 o'clock tomorrow Eastern Standard Time. I'll finish the 2-parter of Galactus fighting the Sphinx. Have you ever read that comic, Fantastic Four 213?
Yes, I actually probably have it.
Oh, it's so good. It's so
It's good.
good. It's so good that I remember reading it. Me and my friends were like enthusiastically talking about it in the park. You know, we ran to the park like, you know, it was so good. Yeah.
All right.
Again, I asked you if you wanted to say anything, and then I talked. So, anything you want to say?
That's it. I just can't wait to get your book, and thanks for letting me come on.
Yeah, you're always welcome. You're always welcome. Again, guys, this was an open invite, so anybody could have joined, but it's so freaking humid out now. Oh, you're in the poke. Oh, so it's unbearable. It's a swamp, and my AC died, and I got an estimate to get essential air, $15,000. Oh my!
Yeah, dude, it's expensive.
You know,
where I live, because the heat is so bad here. I live in a brand new house. I'm the first person to live here, so the AC is totally brand new, and the house is completely insulated.
Oh, nice.
And so, like when I lived in Michigan, I had a house that's been there for 50 years, you know, and it has all those problems with the roof and insulation. And I moved here, I'm like, you know, this is pretty nice, you know.
Yeah.
It is Mount. No, it's not Mountain. It's Central Time. Yeah.
This house was built in 1968, the same year I was born. So it's
that's not too old.
We had to fix the roof, you know, already. You know, that was $10,000. You know, this basement was like a scary dungeon. Oh my God! When the real estate agent showed the basement, my wife was like, and I was like, oh my God! Like they never fixed it up. I don't know how they had so many kids in this house. This basement was a disgusting, scary porno dungeon. You know, it looked like criminals kept people captive down here. But I don't know what it is. I saw the potential. You know.
Well, you know what's funny is that where you live in New York, the amount of money that you would sell your house for right now, you could buy. I know you're not going to ever do this, but
when I retire, I'm probably going to have to leave because
when you could buy in Arkansas, where I live, you could buy something that would cost you $2 million in New York.
Oh yeah,
that's the kind of house you would get here for $300,000.
Let me put it this way: my oldest brother, he retired early, and he bought his house for $26,000. You know, when I was in college, it's a small house, tiny house, and he sold it for $680,000. Tiny house in New York. The house was paid off, and then he moved upstate Connecticut. So like there's an area where people commute to Manhattan. So he's out of the commute area. Like if you know what I mean, you couldn't realistically commute. So the prices of the house dropped. He paid $180,000 for this house in Connecticut. That he has spaces in his house that's unfinished, that's bigger than my house. This house, he goes, it's just my wife and I. We didn't want this big house. And it's funny because the people in the neighborhood who live there, and I guess the pay is lower or whatever, they're like, oh, wow, we were wondering who's going to buy the mansion. He's like, mansion? I was an air conditioner repairman in New York. You know what I mean? But it's the house that where I live, it's ridiculous. We got this. I'm so mad. This house was on the market for $180,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 3 years ago.
Okay.
And the old timer was just like, they were like, no, raise the price. So the real estate agents talked him into $314,000. So I could have bought this house for $180,000. The real estate, because they want more commission. You know, I was like, oh, but I don't know why I'm talking about this, but I already went on Zillow. This house is like already $480,000, and they don't know the repairs that I've done. Like they still think it's an unfinished basement. They don't know that the roof is redone, you know. And if I spend $15,000 on central air, that increases the house value by like $45,000. You know what I mean? So like I keep telling my wife,
You,
that's investment.
it's one of those things where the other factor though is where you live has so much stuff going on. Where people like to live there because you can get any kind of food you want whenever you want it, right? And so if you live like I live, where I live is out. It's got 30,000 people in the town, and there's a lot of rolling hills and fields, and it's like there's not like if you're used to New York, you're not gonna like the well you might, but
Oh, my wife and I want to move to Alaska.
oh wow,
But the only problem is I am a social person. I this whole basement is a game room. I invite people over 2-3 times a week. Why move to the state with the least amount of people? There's going to be less people who want to come over for game nights. You know,
and
I would stay in this house for the rest of my life, but when I retire, New York doesn't want you unless you're working.
right,
I just realistically won't be able to
you
afford
won't,
it.
yeah. That's why when I was looking for houses myself, I looked all around, when I was like, oh my gosh, a brand new house in Arkansas that's paid for,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm like, dude, well, you wouldn't be my neighbor. You live in the rich part of town.
No, I don't want a big house. I like this is a small house. It's 3 bedrooms, but the other bedroom is just bigger than a pantry.
Okay,
It's tiny, but they don't know they don't know that I put a bathroom over here.
right.
You know what I mean? This whole comic book room, it's now another room. I put in a split unit. I'm an electrician. So, I sheetrock, and then the garage. Oh my God, my wife was like, "This garage is terrifying." It was. It looked like there was a fire in the garage, and it was just covered. Like it looked smoke damage.
Gotcha.
So took down the sheetrock, put up all new sheetrock, painted it the same blue that you see over here.
Mm-hmm.
Put up shelves. Oh my! I love my garage. I got the DeWalt. That meme that say like men grow up and they get sorted into the different houses, either DeWalt, Milwaukee, Ryobi, or what's the other one? But I'm a DeWalt. The yellow. So I got all my yellow batteries on the wall.
I got you. Right. That's right. Yeah, I believe it. You're like a handy guy.
I just love it. I got a wooden desk, everything I always wanted, So I like every once in a while, my wife's like, oh, when we move, it just makes me sad because I love this house. It's everything I've ever wanted. It's big enough for all my games. I got a comic book room. I don't want to leave, but I think realistically, when I retire, New York don't want you. It's you work and then get the hell out of New York. We got no use for you anymore.
Well, one day when you do sell and you leave, you're going to have the best feeling of your life because your house is tax free because you live in it. So whatever. Let's pretend you make $500,000, whatever the number would be. You're going to put that in your pocket and drive away.
I don't know where you live, but I'm paying a phenomenal taxes because of property taxes. You know what I mean?
I'm not talking about property taxes. I'm talking about like federal tax, like income tax on the profit that you make off of your house. You don't pay that. So in the property taxes where you live are probably psycho, but here they're low.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. First off, property taxes are the most evil taxes. It's a tax on living.
Absolutely.
So I don't own this house. The government owns this. I'm renting my home from the government because that's. And I know people are like, what about the roads? That's gas tax. What about the schools? F the schools. These kids can't do math anyway. And I don't have kids. I don't care about your kids.
I don't know.
You go dig a hole in the airport in 98-degree heat and 100% humidity, and then I'll pay for your kids' dinner out of my screw you. You know what I mean?
You know what?
Work at home, whoever you are.
That's like the most logical thing that when people I hear talk, a lot of people can't make that logical conclusion that you just said, but it's totally true.
What did I say?
Everything about property tax,
Yeah,
right, and about the schools and stuff. By the way, just so we understand each other, if an idea is so darn good, you shouldn't force me by law to do it. If
right.
the schools are so worth it, and every year you come to me and say, hey, would you like to pay because the kids are going to learn X, Y, and Z this year? I would go, yeah, I'll give you some money, but it should sell itself. Okay. Okay. And it doesn't sell itself because we all know that it's a crooked organization. It's a crime
And if I
syndicate.
want to send my kid to private school, I still got to pay for your public school. And like my brother gets so mad. He's like, oh, yeah. I keep saying, okay, you know, you want to get a private electrician, but you got to pay me first, and then you could
Right.
hire
It's just
whatever
so
electrician. Why would I do
crazy.
that? I said, well, that's what you're doing with the public schools,
The only reason they do it is because they know they can use force to make
right?
you do it.
Right.
And there's not. I don't know if you know this,
And
but
if you're lucky, your kid will be gender confused.
I don't know if you know this. You maybe you do, but so we don't live. We never were meant to live in a democracy, we're supposed to live in a constitutional republic.
Right.
When I use the word supposed, that is important. I don't know if you know this, but after the Civil War, they turned the country into a corporation. You have a social security number. You are part of the corporation, and they can deal with you however they want to deal with you, right? So when people say I have the right to do this and the right to do that, you really don't. It's really a facade. If they really wanted to drop the hammer on John, they could do it, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they don't do it to everybody because they want to keep up the facade that they think that you live in a constitutional republic and with rights.
Well, whenever anybody says democracy, and I go, cancel culture is, you know how like a lot of comic book like us as comic book people should understand this. Like you knew it was wrong when everybody went after Ed Piscor, but you kept quiet because you didn't want. That's what a democracy is.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what a democracy is. In a constitutional republic, you could stand up and say, what you're doing to Ed Piscor is wrong. And nobody could do anything because, the law is on your side. And then at the same time, you don't want to live in communist either, because communist is what's her name? Alex DeCampi is your boss. And the gossip mills, they're your boss. Everybody's your boss. I just get so mad at all these people who are like, when I live in the communist, I'm just going to, live in my garden. And I go, yeah. I said, I'm a construction worker right now. When things go communist, I'm going to get a big house on the beach and just write poetry and drink wine all day.
Right.
And then I wait for the quiet. And I'm just like, right? And
then
they go, yeah. And I go, can you do that? And they go, absolutely. I said, so then why would anybody be a construction worker?
That's right. They wouldn't. Right?
And they're like, well, some people would want to be construction. I go, have you ever been a construction worker? Tell me, why would you be a construction worker when you could have? I'm being a construction so I could get a big house on the beach. Yeah. But if I get a big house on the beach, I'm skipping out the construction work. I'll write poetry.
Everybody wants a comfortable life, and they don't want to exert themselves too hard. And nobody wants to. So it's like, yeah, most people are delusional. But the thing about something like this,
doctors, I'm like, why would I want to be a doctor when under communism you go to school for 15 years? Because why am I going to get a higher degree? Because I'm just going to get everything. I'm going to get a house. But why would I go to school till I'm 35? All my friends have been partying for 15 years, and then what? Get a house, get a job, a lot of work, a lot of responsibility, or go to school 15, go bag groceries. Why would there's no incentive?
There's no incentive.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is that people like that would say, yeah, okay, so we'll pay the doctors a ton of money because we all deem that to be worthy. But if you are Picasso, or let's just say you're Ed Piscor and you make amazing artwork, well, that's not really the same thing, Or better yet, the people that make the roads and allow us to drive them, we don't really value that the same as a doctor. And then you start to realize that this is a made up, whatever we're going to pay people, they want to make it all up.
Right.
Right. It's like, so, and they do that to some degree in the modern world, but it's almost like, everything shuts down if the electricians don't do their shit right. Okay. So, I mean, at some level you go, this is pretty freaking vital. Okay. And a lot of jobs that people don't want to do are that vital. So,
Yeah.
and Alice Campy is not going to be doing them.
Right. Have you ever farmed?
Right.
Yeah. Talk about a hard job. I don't want to farm, but we got to do it. I want to sit in a beach house, but I always wait for them to be like, so I could just get a beach house. Like I always say,
right.
I'm just going to get a beach house and
right.
write poetry and drink wine. And, they always hesitate because they're always just like, oh, I effed up. Like, yeah, because I could just, who decided that I got the beach house? What if everybody wants the same beach house? Who decides? Who gets it?
Yeah.
And you both want that beach house. So we're all the same. So what do? Do we burn the beach house and nobody gets it? How do we know who gets it? Somebody has to be better. Somebody outranks somebody else, and thus they're in communism.
The area that you live in, New York area, as vast as it is, actually, it always reminds me because they have so much leverage over you guys, the city governments and the governments themselves, the unions that are involved that are connected to those governments, right? I mean, they have so much control over the people that live there, right? And they do in other places too. I'm not saying, but it's almost like they want us all in these controlled environments that they control.
Right. They want us to stop driving. New York's passing laws to get rid of gas ovens. Why?
Oh, right. I think I heard that.
They want everybody to have electric ovens. Like pizzerias can't exist then. So you want to get, New York is famous for pizza. You can't have electric pizza ovens. Oh, okay. Pizza ovens can have gas, but you just told us gas was bad.
Right.
You told us gas was dangerous.
Right. It never ends.
Pizza.
Right.
So what is the real reason you want us to get? Oh, you want us on electric so you could turn off our power, starve us out if we're not.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, we're going to have congestion taxing to discourage you from driving because we want you dependent upon. We don't want you to have a car. If you live in the 5 boroughs, I've had friends that were in their 40s who never drove, never got a driver's license because it's just so inconvenient. That's what they want. This, make it so that you're dependent. My buddy has an electric car, not a Tesla, but another one. And he's telling me about it. I said, I don't give a crap how good it is. I'm never getting an electric car because somebody else can turn it off. You're going to tell me, is it possible? I said, is it possible for you to say something on Twitter that somebody doesn't like and somebody turns off your car?
Totally.
But why would they? I said, but is it possible? So you don't think that sooner or later, the way politics is going, that's going to happen? I said, I want my old-fashioned car that I know how to fix personally, and but they'll get rid of gas, so that'll be.
The other thing too is you also want more than one source of energy. So let's just say they do. There's a run on gas. You can use electric, or if there's a problem with electric in your neighborhood, you can use gas to do other things. And you don't want to be screwed if everything in your life is electric.
Right.
Right. There's also that.
The power grid can't handle it, and we're not building nuclear power plants. You want everything to be nuclear? Build these freaking nuclear power plants. We're all talking about nuclear power plants that were designed in the 50s. That was, geez, 75 years ago. You don't think technology improved? Look at Japan. France is all nuclear powered. They got no problems.
Also, I think that nuclear stuff also is that I'm just a regular person, but I would gamble that the reality of, like, they kind of demagogue it and make it sound like any day it could melt down and shit could be horrible. And you're like, maybe if it's old, like you said, or maybe there's other options for how to do that.
Japan, it got hit by an earthquake and a tidal wave, and everybody fled. But it was bad. But we didn't have a nuclear explosion. Godzilla didn't arise. See,
right.
you know,
That's a good point.
but look at France. France has got like 40-year-old nuclear power. When was the last time you heard of any nuclear catastrophes in France? It's all nuclear
None.
power.
Right. Right. I mean, it's
We scared Americans so bad with nuclear power, and now we want everybody. Look, they already passed the law. No gas cars in California is 2000 after 2035. Well, where's the grid? When I was in New Mexico, we had a 5-day blackout from Utah, Colorado, parts of Texas, New Mexico,
wow.
and Arizona. Why? Because the guy on the highway flicked out a cigarette that started a fire that took out the power grid.
Really?
And you want everything to switch to electricity? We can't handle it. We don't have the infrastructure.
Right.
And then idiots on Twitter are like, the rich aren't paying their fair share in taxes. Everybody wants somebody else to pay more in taxes. And I always say the same thing, dude. Last year, we collected more in tax revenue than we've ever collected in the history of the world. Every year, the government takes in more money than it's ever done before, and it's still not enough. Do you actually think the extra few million we're going to get from that guy is going to make a difference? And we're still 16 trillion in debt. Like, why collect taxes at all? Just borrow another 4 trillion. Who added onto the debt and let me keep all my money? Because at this point, it's just a means to control us. They don't need our money if they could just borrow another 16 trillion. Pay off, but the roads still suck. The schools still suck. The infrastructure still sucks. The bridges are still collapsing. So collect more money, not to fix all this shit.
Well, not to mention
who cheerleads. If Bill Gates is, I hate Bill Gates. He still shouldn't pay any more in taxes than he's already paying, because the government's just spending it. It's like we got a big bucket full of water, okay, and everybody's coming with a big pool. We're all trying to fill up the pool with water. We all got a bucket. We're pulling it, but the pool has holes in it, and I throw my water into the pool, and it's washing out through the hole. And I go, Shadowpunk's bucket is too small.
Right.
Well, fix the pool first before, so nobody should pay a dime more in taxes till we fix the freaking government. Audit, figure out everything, where this money's going, how it's being spent. Stop giving money. And that's why they hate Trump. The day Trump said, no more money for these other countries that hate us, no more foreign aid, I said to my wife, they're going to kill him. They're going to kill him. Because that's what all the money laundering is. They say for every dollar that goes out overseas, 65 cents comes back in kickbacks. BlackRock makes it, Halliburton makes it, and then next thing you know, Gavin Newsom's nephew is the head of some board. They donate it back to the congressman.
Right.
It's a pack. And they hate Trump for two reasons. All of Trump's scandals have been in public. We all know what a piece of shit he is. They can't blackmail him. And he wants to get rid of all the money laundering. There's no way. And now, after they freaking shot him, you going to tell me that Secret Service wasn't in on that? Did you see the pictures? There's a guy on the roof. How did this guy get on the roof with an assault rifle? When I was 19 years old, I worked for AT&T. I was a telephone man, and George Bush was coming to Manhattan, and we were all watching through the window. So, look, there's helicopters. They're going, and I'm watching the helicopters. And I'm like, yeah, the president's on that. I was too young to know whether I hate him or like, you know what I mean? I was just a kid. The president's right there, 500 feet away, and one of these helicopters. And I go, which one? Because the old timers with me is like, yeah, they're doing that old, game with the cups and so you don't know where the peanut is. You're sliding it around, the old shell game.
Yeah.
Turns out that Trump wasn't even on any. Bush wasn't even on the helicopters. He came in by boat, and he was already at the venue. The helicopters were just a distraction. So I was like, "Where is he?" And then the guy behind me he came in by boat. He's already here. There was a Secret Service guy behind me on the 26th floor of a building. He snuck up. Nobody. It was like Daredevil. He just showed up. We're like, "What are you doing here?" He goes, "This is a great vantage point." Of course, we had it staked out. There's a person at every vantage point throughout the city, you know what I mean? But he's telling us this because Bush is already gone. And I was like, oh my God. So you're telling me that they figured out all the vantage points weeks before and had guys there, snuck up, knew all the ways, but they didn't know that this rooftop, when you see there. So I don't know. Not Bush. Now, when Trump gets elected, he's going to gut the Secret Service. He's going to gut the CIA. He's going to gut the FBI. And I'm going to get pom-poms. And the IRS, get rid of them all. Get rid of them all. Because and I firmly believe this is a big conspiracy theory in me, but when they say what conspiracy theories do you believe in, this one I believe in 100%. The CIA is running the government. The CIA, they took all the Epstein logs. They got everything on Clinton. They got everything on Chuck Schumer, and AOC is a plant. All of these people are being controlled by the CIA. That's their job. They gather information. They keep this information and they say, okay, you want to do this? That's fine. That doesn't interfere with it, but this is what we want, or this goes public. They don't have anything on Trump. After 12 years of investigating this guy, the best that they could come up with was creating a law to give him a conviction for paying a porn star out of his own pocket, because that's what he did. He took the money out of his own pocket. He gave it to his campaign people because he didn't want his wife to know, and then they paid her off. And they made that a felony. He should have paid her in public like Bill Clinton did that to, what's her name? Flowers. He paid her off $850,000 in public with a big check on TV. You could go on YouTube and watch Bill Clinton paying off his hooker, but Trump paid off his, and he paid it with taxpayer money. That was the difference. You know what I mean?
Well, so, I would say your conspiracy theory, so-called, the CIA, I think that's pretty small ball. I don't think you've gotten into it yet. I mean, that's what you're saying is like, no, that's like, of course, that's like, I mean, I wouldn't even debate that stuff, but there's way more to it that you don't know. And you're clearly opening up to ideas that are larger than normal people, right? It's about at least 200 years old, if not longer. And I can tell you how it worked. And if I told you, you probably wouldn't like me. So
that's why, because Trump's not. He never went to that Bohemian Grove and danced around naked. Got his pictures taken so they could blackmail him.
Right.
I forget what his name was. But when Trump got elected, what was it? Newt Gingrich. They asked, how do you feel about Trump being president? And he went, it's not right. He didn't go through all the initiations. And then all of a sudden he shut up like he said something he should. And I was like, what the hell is this? So I am of the firm, I'm going to lose half my audience right now, but women can't be president. And I'm never voting for a woman, not because I'm sexist, but because they didn't fill out the selective service. If you didn't participate, you don't have the right to order people to go to war. If there was no real chance of you being drafted, if they change the law, like I'll vote for Tulsi Gabbard because she voluntarily joined the military. But if Hillary Clinton, she's going to order people to their deaths in a war when she couldn't participate. You know what I mean? She was exempt. So she can't be she can't be the commander in chief unless you had a real risk of being drafted. So unless women are
well, your logic is like the old logical where you go, if you fight for your country, you have a say in how it works.
Right.
But the only problem with that is people like Trump, he was never really going to ever go to service, right?
He registered for civil service, he was never drafted, so it's kind of a moot point.
My point
led the country, and we you know what I mean?
Right. Right.
But the other thing is if you're a part of a secret society, you can't be president. That because I don't know what their loyalties are. If you're a Freemason, and I know they're all Freemasons, but if you're in the Skull and Bones and if you're free, you can't be president because I don't know what you pledged to. I don't know what you're secretly loyal to. I don't know that. It has, even the Knights of Columbus. you can't be president. So that's my rules. I will not.
That's a good point thing you brought up. Let me ask you something then.
Sure.
About a year before Kennedy was assassinated, he gave a speech to the American press. Have you ever? It's a famous speech. It's called his Ruthless Conspiracy speech. Have you ever heard it?
I'm sure once you say the words,
Okay.
I'll remember. But
but in this speech, he gets a long one, and at the end of it, he gets into it, and he talks about the secret societies and secret oaths, and that this is not American to do these things.
okay,
We don't accept it. And then he talks about how the government's going to seize power because of security. And then he talks about, then he really gets into it. He says, there is a global ruthless conspiracy to take over the world. And it's the enemy of America. And he doesn't say it's a CIA. He says this is in every country in the planet in the world.
Yeah, it's the WEF.
It's beyond. It's way beyond that. It's way beyond that. I'm just telling you. He describes it. It's like Hydra. When you listen to it, it's like they're in medical, they're in the military, they're in the press, and if they make mistakes, nobody ever hears about it, right? What it is these global bankers that have been pulling the strings for about 200 years.
Yeah, what are they? The International Monetary Fund, the IMF, the WEF. They're unelected bureaucrats that are ruling Europe right now. Now they gave themselves the ability to declare pandemics. Who the hell are these people? And the WEF, they have a parliament, a high whatever it's, and a low parliament. You could get elected to the low parliament, but you have to be appointed to the high parliament, and only the high parliament can pass legislation. So, it's an oligarchy,
right?
And Justin Trudeau, what's his name? That Lex Luthor looking guy. Why can't I think of his name? Schwab. He said Justin Trudeau is one of the acolytes. He said AOC, right. Gavin Newsom. They're the. If you ask me, Barack Obama was one of them, and Barack Obama is still the president right now.
Totally. I mean, that's okay. So,
what are the odds that Barack Obama's mother was secretary to the head of the CIA? What are the odds? What are the odds?
Shocker. Well, they are the ones you can't name. So,
her name was Stanley.
I'll make it even. I'll even go higher up, and I'll let you.
I just gotta move these comics before I run over them all that chair. Yeah, you can talk. I can hear you.
So, in the 1800s, these global bankers, they came up with two ideological. You know how people think that the Democrats and the Republicans are in cahoots, right?
Yeah, like Eric July and EVS.
Okay, so in the 1800s, these bankers came up with two ideologies that they both made up. One of them is Marxist communism, right? Mao, Russia or Soviet Union, all that stuff, right? And they also came up with a thing called capitalism. And capitalism isn't what we want it to be. It isn't the thing that makes us. It's a top-down controlled system. So these bankers are in control of the global financial system on one end, and on the other end, they're in control of left-wing ideologies. And so when you realize that the capitalism and the plan was over 200 years to squeeze people between those two ideologies. And we're at the point now where they're squeezing us and going to continue to crush us.
Well, I've been saying for a long time that the battle is between the nationalists and the globalists. And Trump is a nationalist. He believes in America first, and that's why he cannot be tolerated. And believe it or not, Putin is a nationalist, and that's why he's the bad guy. Putin doesn't give a. He cares about Russia. He doesn't care about globalism. So I mean, nationalism causes problems too, but it's still better than globalism.
Well, true, but you could be totally right. But China is building a trading highway from China all the way into Europe, going through Russia, and that's to me that's a globalist thing. Okay,
China's globalist.
And Putin's not stopping them; he's with them. So he may be a nationalist protecting his for all the reasons we know about Ukraine and NATO and all that stuff. I'm not saying that isn't true. I'm just saying we don't know the long-term goals of these people.
Right. It's true.
And like there's no way, because we're normal people, for us to ever figure out what game they're really playing. I pray every day that Trump is who we say he is.
Well, Biden is who he is, so
I'm not even sure about that.
What do you think? He's been replaced?
No, I didn't say that. But what's actually happening? I hope that Trump is who he says he is.
Yeah. There's always the real possibility that he's in on it. He's an actor, whatever. But it's still better than the collectivists over there. Like I said, I said it a few times. I'm not much of a joiner, so I like the fact that Trump is an asshole who can't be bought. We all know his foibles. They can't be anything worse. And now all of a sudden, I'm seeing all of these documents that he paid off little girls that he diddled and stuff. And I'm like, oh, go follow Kevin McGuire, the artist, on Twitter. He's posting.
Right.
It's embarrassing. I'm like, oh, you discovered all the stuff after the CIA and the FBI and Congress and all these people have been investigating this guy for 20 years. You found the secret documents that's going to take out Trump. How stupid,
I'll tell you what.
After all of these years of lying about him, I don't believe anything anymore. Maybe it's true. I don't believe you anymore. It's just Chicken Little at this point.
I would say it's bullshit, and I would say and something like
they're going to get him on a made up charge of paying off a porn star with his own money when they could have got him for diddling.
Right, exactly. But the other thing too is reading somebody's timeline like that is it just hurts. It just hurts your brain where you just go.
Kevin McGuire goes, oh my God! After what just happened, I hope there's not a backlash against Biden. So I typed in, I said, Trump was almost assassinated, Biden most affected. And then I was like, I got to go online and talk about comics or something like that, because I'm gonna. I feel that, or I'm gonna start battling with people on Twitter. And it's gonna be hard to invite Kevin McGuire on my channel after battling with him.
It's and again, it all goes back to the fact that all this stuff is designed to separate us from each other, right? And even if Kevin McGuire is off the hook crazy, it's almost like I don't want to argue with the guy. And by the way, I always liked his artwork. It's awesome. He did such a great job in Justice League and all that shit. And Captain America, I always loved his work. And I know the last thing I want to do is let the world get between me and something so cool as an artist like that. As a matter of fact, when I was doing my book, I used his ability to draw faces and expressions as my goal.
I always said that he and Amanda Connor are like two of the best as far as facial expressions.
She's good.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was on my channel. I fanboy gushed the whole time she was on.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right. I really got to eat something and go to bed.
Yeah, I got you. It's getting late. Now it's almost 1:00 here. So.
Yeah, I know.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
You got me talking more politics than I liked it. Look at
no more politics.
Little haircut right now. Yeah. You got me talking comic book. You got me talking politics, you sly dog.
You got me doing. Yeah. All right, man. Have a good one.
See, DC, you said you didn't want to sleep, so we stayed up another hour for you. Okay. Don't say we don't do anything for you, for the fans. All right. Good night, everybody. I'm not even going to give him another chance to say anything, because next thing you know, I'll be giving out my social security number, my mother's maiden name. But thanks a lot, everybody. See you in the morning for Sunday Comics. Bye-bye.